Good afternoon. It's a bright afternoon. It is dry, and we're looking forward to the second match in this series at 2:15 today. The Australians loosening up away to my left-hand side. Fantastic game here on Friday. Can still barely believe that England won it, winning by 2 runs despite Australia seeming to be in an impregnable position at one stage. 124 for 1 with 38 balls left and 9 wickets left and only 39 runs needed. A remarkable victory from England. How did Australia lose that game? Right, we've had the toss and we've had the announcement of the teams. Australia have won the toss again. Different approach from them this time. They are not going to chase, they are going to bat first. Let's join Alison Mitchell with the 2 captains. First, Aaron Finch.
Aaron, you're batting first. Change of tack from the last game.
Yeah, I don't think it makes too much of a difference in T20 cricket. I think the wicket doesn't generally change throughout, so expected to play pretty similar to how it did the other night.
You're unchanged. Did you consider making changes given the way the game went? Not
really, no. We've gone with the same sort of combination of for the last sort of 20 games that we've played, and that seemed to have worked for us. So it's not all the baby out with the bathwater after you lose one game.
Any tinkering with the order at all?
Potentially. Just have to wait and see.
OK, we will do. Thanks, Aaron.
Cheers,
good luck.
thanks.
Owen, are you happy to be chasing this game?
Yeah, we would have looked to bowl if we won the toss. The wicket's a little bit soft on top, so it might be a little bit tacky early and might remain the same throughout. But we're happy to run the risk of hopefully it getting better later on. We've gone with the same team today. Obviously a very good result in the first T20 game, but there are areas of improvement that we need to look at today. I think it's a great opportunity to go and win the series, but also I think more importantly focusing on the process of how we win that is very important. I think more partnerships with the bat in order to try and post a more substantial total would be great, and that first 10 overs of our bowling hopefully can be a bit of a focus today.
We'll let you get cracking. Good luck, Owen.
Thanks, Ali. Thank you.
Alison Mitchell with the 2 captains. So Australia have won the toss and they are going to bat first, and we've got the same teams. Australia, David Warner, Aaron Finch, Steve Smith, Glenn Maxwell, Alex Carey, Marcus Stoinis, Ashton Agar, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Kane Richardson and Adam Zampa, but not necessarily in that order according to Aaron Finch. You might speculate about the potential changes in Australia's batting order in just a moment. Let me give you the England team there. That is unchanged as well. Joss Buttler at the top with Johnny Bairstow. David Malan, who's been in such good form. He's taken his chance when he's been given it in this England T20 side. 8 50s in 14 T20 innings for England. Strike rate 148. And Tom Banton at 4. Owen Morgan, Moeen Ali, Tom Curran, who bowled that last over on Friday evening, Adil Rashid, Mark Wood and Jofra Archer. So Australia batting first. Alongside me I've got Michael Carberry, former England opener, played for the Perth Scorchers in the Big Bash, and I've also got Adam Collins as well, Australian broadcaster and journalist. Just very quickly, we'll start with you, Adam. What are the options for Australia changing their batting order?
Well, that was an interesting little nugget, wasn't it, at the toss?
Yeah.
Marcus Stoinis does his best work at the top of the order. We know that. The data bears that out, and the coach Justin Langer said it 2 days before the first T20 international. Now, Stoinis did struggle to put England away when walking out at number 5 on Friday night. That much was clear as well. So that, to me, is the only place where they could make a tweak. Stephen Smith walked out at number 3 on Friday because that's what he does best. He's a technician who glues the innings together as required. But given they're batting first and laying a total, laying a target, I wonder whether the incentive will be there to get Stoinis in early and shuffle Smith down to number 4.
So Stoinis potentially at 3 is what you're saying?
Well, I can't imagine they're going to break up Finch and Warner, so the logical place for him to bat would be 3 and then Smith to come in thereafter.
Yeah, just on Stoinis, 31 years of age, 117 is his strike rate in 20 T20 internationals. Overall, it's 128, so his domestic strike rate is much higher, significantly higher than his strike rate in international T20s, but then of course the standard's higher, so you think it's harder to score. Michael Carberry is here as well. Now, Michael.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. You've played under Justin Langer.
I have indeed.
Perth Scorchers. What sort of inquest do you think there would have been after Friday night? Because we have seen him in that Netflix series, The Test, occasionally get a bit irate after matches have been lost. I'm thinking of a one-day international in Cardiff on the 5-0 tour of 2018. And the Headingley Test match when they they lost from a seemingly impregnable position, as indeed they did on Friday. So what do you think's been happening in this hotel over the last day and a half?
Let me just say this. I believe the Australian cap would have been kicked. Justin doesn't hold back his emotions. The bit of the game that I did watch as the wickets did tumble, you could see his kettle was boiling. Yeah. His face, his demeanour definitely changed. But look, I found him to be firm but fair. There's times in cricket where when you're under pressure, it makes you do some odd things and you make mistakes, and it's about letting the players know that they've messed up. And but it's not to say he's not the kind of coach who will always back you publicly, which I think he's fantastic. He gets that balance right as a coach, but internally he lets you know what's expected, and I think that's a very fair way of a fair outlook on cricket as a coach.
Do you think all the players feel that? I mean, I remember that in the Test, there's that incident, that meeting after the Headingley match, on the morning of after the Headingley match, where he calls out the captain and says, "Your fielding change or lack of it, with about 60 to win. What on earth were you doing?" I mean, that's I suppose someone say that's the coach's job, but how do all the players react to that? Do they say that's fine, I accept that?
Well, look, I think not every player is going to respond to that way of coaching, because you do get some sensitive souls in a team, and I suppose Justin, I think, would be the first person, honestly, would say, look, I'm still developing as a coach himself, and I've had chats with him about it, and he said, look, it is part of the game of his game as a coach that he is looking to work on to try and not get as emotional as he does, but that's the hallmark of working with Justin Langer, is because he's such a passionate guy. He wants you to do well. He wants you to win. In the emotion of such a loss again at Headingley, as you talk about, I mean, I think you just have to take your hat off to Ben Stokes. It was we're still talking about it to this day. It was an unbelievable.
We'll be talking about it for 100 years.
I think we will.
Or people will be. We won't be, but people.
But
will
it shows
be.
what pressure does, and Justin would have been there himself as a player. He would have seen it at Edgbaston when Australia lost that Test match, when they should have probably won. They got so close to getting over the line, and then obviously Kasperovich nicks one down the leg side. So we've all been there.
I think it's instructive that you use that example then, Simon. Every player I've talked to since the Headingley debacle last year cites the next morning's meeting in that hotel boardroom to which you refer as the reason why they were able to put it behind them. So that was almost like Truth and Reconciliation Commission in terms of the way it would, there would be no grudges bared. You could get it all out right there in that meeting. The cameras were there on it as well for the documentary. And once it was done, it was over. And there were no recriminations thereafter. And I think that was quite a good strategy. Now, I'm not sure whether they did that on Friday night, but watching them yesterday, the way they were regrouping, they seemed in pretty good spirits considering what happened the night before. So, yes, Langer's approach clearly is to be blunt and to the point, and it may very well be that he applied a similar approach to what he did in Cardiff a couple of years ago, and indeed at Leeds last year.
Let's talk about England. I mean, they actually won the game on Friday. They have the chance to be the world's number one T20 side. But to do that, they have to win both matches. They have to win today, and they have to win here on Tuesday. And they didn't play that well, I think it's fair to say, for quite a long parts of that game on Friday night. They were sort of losing it they had a good first 5 overs, and then they were sort of behind really for 30 overs, and then they managed to drag it round.
Yeah, I think we were probably short with the bat in terms of runs. First of all, I mean, it was very good recovery from Milan. I think again he continued his wonderful run in the England team. I mean, I'm a great fan of Mala. I think I've seen someone I've seen develop over his career, and he's always been a talented guy. And then he kind of had a few years where he was a little bit quiet, but now what a player he is. He's just burst on the international scene. You know, he's going around the world playing a lot of tournaments, and I think that confidence he's brought into the international reckoning. So without his effort, really, that's really what gave England a chance. And then obviously the first 5 overs was a bit of a debacle in terms of our bowlers getting it right, and Finch and Warner, as they do, they'll make you pay. But again, it shows the value of this England lineup, the experience now, what they've been through over the last 4 years. They're a side so confident in their approach and the way they play the game that they can call on virtually any individual to come and win a game from any angle.
Do you think their batting is stronger than their bowling?
England? Well, no, I don't think so. I think, you know, you have to allow that some days you're just going to have an off day with the ball. That's 2020. You know, someone like the class of Warner and Finch, if they go off, you know, they're going to take you apart. And I think you have to accept that as a bowling unit. I look at, I mean, if you look at names down the line, I mean, we've got virtual bases covered. We've got 2 of the fastest bowlers currently playing. You've got arguably the best, I believe, one-day spinner in the world. Moeen Ali is a more than handy and a very experienced one-day cricketer himself. So yeah, you look at that bowling lineup, you think, yeah, it's more than capable. And there's still got in Tom Curran. You know, forget Tom Curran, who bowled a wonderful death over. So there's more than enough experience. But I just think it's the nature of the game. You will get taken down. Yeah.
Twice this year, Tom Curran has defended 15 from the final over to help England win a T20 match. Well, you should better defend 15, but it's not as easy as it sounds. People really
There's
coming
no
at you.
so called should in T20, mate.
No, people coming at you, even after Stoinis did that 6 the other evening, you thought, well, it's still on for Australia. What about potential Australian changes? It's interesting here, Aaron Finch say, it's just one match. You can't just change it all after one match, or even tinker necessarily after one match. Adam, what do you think?
Yeah, Carbs and I were talking about the fact that Australia over the last 2.5 years have been laying a foundation to win the T20 World Cup the next time it's played. Now, it was meant to be in October this year in Australia. Of course, it's been postponed. It'll be in India 12 months after that. But as they've put the component parts together, they've worked out their batting lineup at the top of the order, and the data bears that out. They've got that right. Finch and Warner, outstanding. Smith, Maxwell, no concerns there. They're bowling. They're very happy with Stark, Cummins and Zampa, and they rotate their other 2 depending on the circumstances. The problem they've got is who is the finisher, and it's probably not Marcus Stoinis, and Alex Carey's yet to really lay a glove at the international level, certainly the 20 over international level, which means that they're yet to quite get there. So that's why we thought that maybe Josh Philippe, who's got form in the Big Bash clearing the pickets both as a finisher and as an opener, might be used, or they might look back to Mitchell Marsh, who had a fantastic Big Bash campaign last year, but both men have been overlooked today.
Yeah, well, the players are on their way. England in red and blue, and Australia in yellow and green. And we're about to get underway. I mean, one of the big sadness has been the big regrets all summer, really, no spectators. And you just felt the atmosphere on Friday night. If there had been spectators in the ground, it would have been remarkable, tremendously exciting, feverish excitement towards the end, because that was an amazing transformation. But the players are doing as well as they possibly can, I think, to inspire us all with the cricket we've seen so far this summer. So we're hoping for something equally as good today. Adam, first 5 overs are all yours.
Thank you, Simon Mann. So the Australians setting up with David Warner to face the first ball. Sure enough, it'll be Jofra Archer to kick us off from the pavilion end. This partnership between Warner and Finch over the last 12 months, they've averaged 80 when opening the batting together across 10 innings at a run rate of 9.7 and over.
Yeah, that's pretty useful. Two very destructive players. I've had the privilege of playing against both, and yeah, you don't want to. These two, when they go off, man, it's something to watch. But I think, potentially we were talking about Australian selections. I think this is the issue you have. You have a lot of guys who have been very, very good for their franchises at the top of the order. Maybe a case of using someone like a Glenn Maxwell down the bottom end, because someone like Glenn, he's got this 360 game. He hits the ball in funny areas. I'm surprised that they haven't used someone like him at the back end to finish games.
The slips, 2 of them, are Bairstow and Milan. It's going to be Jofra Archer to set us off. Second T20 international here at Southampton. He bowls to David Warner, who leaves outside the off stump. Good carry. Yeah, I think with Maxwell, they looked at that for a while, and then they arrived at the conclusion that at number 4 he can face more balls potentially than at number 6, where he may only get to see 9 or 10. And they want to give him every opportunity to, well, do what we know he does best, which is clear the rope as often as possible. But he's not going to deliver every time. He's not that kind of player, impact player. He was out cheaply on Friday night, one of the 4 wickets to fall for 9 runs in the space of 14 deliveries, which set England on their way. Jofra Archer took one of those. He's bowling here to Warner. Oh, that's quick. Past the outside edge. He was deep in the crease, 91 miles an hour.
Smell that. Good afternoon, Mr. Warner. That was a lovely delivery. Beautifully played as well. Dropped the hands on it. David Warner has it fizzed past the back shoulder. Taken head high by Joss Buttler. What a delivery that is to face.
Yeah, just about unplayable for the left-hander. That pitched on about middle and leg.
Nervous smile, ain't it?
Back past the gloves and was taken nice and high by Buttler. Archer over the wicket, bowls here to Warner, who again, is there an edge? And he's given!
Wow.
David Warner gone for a duck. He's immediately reviewed, sending it upstairs. Archer was convinced running straight down the track, but we will go through the process.
TV umpires director, we've got a review full court behind.
Not so sure.
The decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we move to front on, please?
We're watching it back. Let's go through that first replay before the formalities begin. On our screen,
the cracking delivery
back towards Warner, and it does look as though it's missed his blade by some margin.
Edge, please.
Is that your impression as well?
Yeah, I was never really convinced. I mean, it was a lovely...
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
So it's not hit his bat, but has it clipped his glove?
And we've got a clear spike as the ball is next to the gloves.
It has indeed. So the bat's been missed, the gloves have been tickled. David Warner is walking off.
And Mike, if you stay with your original decision of out, you're on camera now.
It has been confirmed. David Warner is gone third ball. Mike Burns' decision is confirmed. What a massive breakthrough that is. Australia losing a wicket before they've scored a run. And it's the masterman, David Warner, walking off.
Absolutely, and we talked about matchups, didn't we, earlier on the show? And Jofra Archer's had the wood over David Warner, certainly in last year's Ashes, as well as Stuart Broad, and again he's followed suit in the T20, roughing him up with a short ball early on and cutting him in half again with the third ball. But it was it was an amazing decision from Mike Burns as well, because that wouldn't have been easy to see as an umpire at that speed as well. Right,
it's Alex Carey walking out at number 3. So Carey batted at number 6 on Friday night. We've seen Carey used in every position in the top 7 in his brief T20 international career. This is just his 30th game. He's yet to really establish himself at this level with the bat, but usually only again with a few balls to face at the end of an innings, because Australia have done so well over the last year or so in this format. So an opportunity for the left-hander.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by this, to be honest. Seeing, especially with Aaron Finch's comment at the top that there's no need to panic. The fact that you're not sending in your best all-round player, which is Steve Smith, who's been a stalwart on number 3 for Australia for so many years. This is a little bit of a surprise to me that you're sending Alex Carey in. Not sure if this is a long-term plan or just a short-term one for this series.
Yeah, a left-hander replacing a left-hander perhaps. Morgan moves himself into third slip. Archer bowls to Carey. That's gone past the outside edge as well. Serious pace, serious movement. Archer on fire early.
That was a cracking delivery. How do you play those? Short of a length, rising, over 90 mile an hour, zipping away from the bat. Serious heat being bowled here at the moment.
That was Warner's first T20 international duck since 2012, we're told by Andy Zaltzman. What form he's been in, but gone already. Archer to Carey. Again beating him outside the off stump. That time on the front foot, 91 miles an hour once again.
Yeah, I think Joshua's cranking it up. Those knees are pumping. Again, these Aussie batsmen camped on the crease. Alex Carey, it's not an easy situation to be placed in. Someone like Jofra Archer in full cry at the moment.
Of course, you can watch the action today live on BBC One television. You can catch up with the highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. 1 ball to come in this over. No runs, 1 wicket. We talk so much about this opening Australian power play and how effective they've been over the last 2.5 years. But fine leg inside the circle. 2 men out on the offside, deep backward point and third man. That's the change in the field. Archer's last delivery, Carey getting bat on ball at last. Oh, run out opportunity at the striker's end, a little underarm. Had that been on target, Aaron Finch would have been in some strife. Moeen Ali was racing in from point. End of an eventful and successful over for the home side, Australia. 1 for 1. Warner gone for a duck. Jofra Archer. Let's talk us through this run out, Michael Carberry.
I think he got the slightly wrong end, Moeen. I think he should have really gone bowler's end. Seeing that obviously Carey had the bigger distance to make up, but he just stumbled a little bit on release of the ball. I didn't think he had a chance to sort of look up and see if he had a go at the bowler's end. There was someone backing up. He could have affected the run out.
So Carey retains the strike after all of that. Michael Carberry will make way. We'll talk to Carbs a little bit later on. Jamal Mills replacing him in the summariser chair. Mark Wood has the ball in his hand. He'll be running away from us at the broadcast end. And Aaron Finch yet to face a ball, the skipper. But that extra pace that we talked so much about on Friday night, especially as the Australian chase started limping away, has been a factor already this afternoon. Wood's first delivery in full motion. Bowls to Carey, who defends back down the track. As I welcome for the first time this afternoon, Jamal Mills. Hello.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm very well. We've got a lovely day in Southampton. We've got 2 fast bowlers bowling at over 90 miles an hour. We've got an exciting Australian batting lineup in the middle after winning the toss and electing to have a go first up. All the preconditions for an excellent afternoon.
Yeah, we've got all lined up for a great one, haven't we? I can honestly say I've played over 120 T20 games. I'm not sure I've ever seen 3 slips in a gully like we saw last over. Jofra Archer steaming in.
Just one slip here as Wood approaches and bowls to Carey. Strikes him on the pad, pitches outside the leg stump. The appeal is pulled out of by the bowler. Stopped at gully, no run. So just the 1 single from 8 balls so far.
It's good to see this pitch. Definitely looks like it's quickened up a bit from the first T20 game. We saw a few balls the other night that barely carried through to the keeper. It was really low, slow bounce where we've already seen Jofra Archer get a few balls to really whiz past the batsman, and Jos Buttler's taking them at head high. So it's good to see the pitch a little bit quicker than it was a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, that is encouraging. It was a bit tacky, especially early on and in the back half of the Australian innings. All those slower balls that were used to great effects by Curran and Jordan. But it's Wood here. 1 slip over the wicket to Carey, who pulls down towards long leg on the bounce to Jofra Archer, who collects. They take a single. So 9 balls gone in this innings. Australia 2 for 1, and Finch will now face his first delivery.
Yeah, great start from the 2 pacemen. Good to see Owen Morgan attacking early. As I said, early slips for Archer. Wood's just got 1 in at the moment. As Aaron Finch is taking his guard away from the far end from where we're sat. Mark Wood's been in good form. It's good to see guys flying in, isn't it?
Absolutely. And Carey, we know, is willing to get on the back foot and try and use the pace of the ball. Famously was smashed in the head in the World Cup semi-final last year and caught his helmet on the way down.
Yeah, it was a good catch. I played with Kez. He came and was the overseas player for Sussex last summer.
Of course, yes.
He was brilliant for us. He came in, scored runs straight away. He's a very, very good batsman. So Australia have decided to give him a go at the top of the innings, which is interesting to see. But he's a very talented player, wicketkeeper batsman, plays for the Adelaide Strikers in the Big Bash also.
So Aaron Finch to face his first ball of the innings, bowled by Mark Wood here into the leg side. Doesn't beat the man at short fine, but they do get through for a single. So Finch off the mark, first ball. That didn't look like it was far away from sneaking through, though.
No, I think it's Adil Rashid down there. That ball just bounced more than it should have before it got to the man at short fine leg, and it almost hit him in the face. Aaron Finch just turning the ball around the corner. That ball definitely... Adil Rashid was diving to his left, but the ball just bounced a bit more than he was expecting. And he was almost after a new set of teeth, Adil Rashid.
Mark Wood found that very entertaining, needless to say. Mark Wood preparing at the top of his mark. 2 balls left in this second over. Australia 3 for 1. Bowls again to Carey, who makes room, swings and misses. No, he's edged it, he's gone. Mark Wood in the book. The Alex Carey experiment has not worked. He's gone for 2. A little edge through to the wicketkeeper Butler, who made no mistake. Australia are reeling.
This is an excellent start from England. Jofra Archer with the first wicket of David Warner. Now Mark Wood gets on the act. Alex let Carey step to the leg side to try and access the offside. Looking to hit down the ground over mid-off. It was done for pace. Mark Wood going across the left-handed batsman. 93 miles an hour. Edge through to Jos Buttler. A simple catch for him. Alex Carey's gone for 2. Australia 3 for 2.
Interesting that Carey made room for himself and then gets a 93-mile-an-hour delivery, and he almost has to play the shot at that stage, doesn't he? Has no choice but to swing the bat. Little feather. That's the end of that.
Yeah, that's what pace does to you. You feel like you have to force the issue sometimes. Would he be creating that room to the leg side against a slower bowler? Maybe, we don't know, but as it stands, he's got to go, and that brings Steve Smith to the crease.
So a right-hander to replace a right-hander, which stands to reason. Smith, who ordinarily bats number 3 in this T20 side and has done so well since his ban expired last year in this form of the game. Since that return, he's batted 7 times for Australia, averaging 67 at a strike rate of 149. But different circumstances today. It's going to have to be a recovery effort before they put the foot down.
Yeah, the stat going around, if you lose 3 wickets in the power play, you lose, I think it's around 80% of matches. So everybody knows that. It's a well-known stat. So I'm sure these two, there will be a little bit of a recovery period, but you've still got to look to put the bad balls away when they come. But so far, there's not been too many from the England opening bowlers.
Last ball of the Wood over on the way here to Steve Smith. His first ball, shuffles across, plays it out towards cover, straight into the fielder there, Owen Morgan. End of the over. 2 overs gone after winning the toss and batting. Australia are 3 for 2. David Warner caught behind for a duck. Alex Carey caught behind for 2. Jofra Archer in the book. Mark Wood following suit. Fabulous fast bowling.
Yeah, it's really, really good to see the ball really carrying through to the keeper. Josh Butler. Slips are still in play. So Jofra Archer had 3 in his first over. Back to just the 1 now. David Milano looks like the man who's at first slip. As Owen Morgan has a chat with Jofra Archer, and Chris Jordan's there as well, just discussing what field placings they want. Looks like it's going to be deep square leg, the man that's going to come back. It looks like we might see some short stuff. We've got deep fine leg and deep square leg back out on the boundary. Third man's the fielder that comes into the circle. So 2 men out, both on the leg side, which points all indications that it's going to be some short stuff.
Yep, this could be explosive. We've seen both bowlers hitting the radar at above 90 with most of their deliveries. Mark Wood up to 93 clicks. The ball he sent down to find the edge of Alex Carey. Archer with a slip. Bowls to Finch. Oh, and he threw him on the inside edge again. This is just... Well, we've seen it before, haven't we? With Archer bowling to Australia with the white ball in that World Cup semi-final last year when he was all over the Australians early on.
Yeah, he took a little bit of seam movement away that time, Jofra. Looked like he maybe just rolled his wrist down at the left-hand side of the ball a little bit. Beats Aaron Finch outside his off stump, just pushing forward at the ball, looking to maybe run it down to third man. Got to be careful, doesn't get a little tickle on that, and that will go through to the keeper or first slip.
Yeah, just about both feet off the ground as the ball passed the blade there. Really feeling for it. Finch. Archer bowls to him here. He hooks over the top of backward square leg for 6. That'll help. Strike in the middle of the bat. Just a little shimmy. Not a lot of footwork, but the result is Australia's first boundary. They're 9 for 2. Finch has 7.
Yeah, that's T20 cricket. Both men out there. Aaron Finch didn't care. Took them on anyway. It's gone over the top of either fine leg or deep square. It's telegraphed. Going to be short at the body. Aaron Finch just kind of rolling his wrist but getting all of it, and that ball goes a couple of rows back for 6.
Of course, so much experience, Finch, facing Archer, who delivers here, and beating him again outside the off stump. That is just about unplayable to Mal Mills.
That is a beauty. That ball's angled into middle stump and nipped away off the seam. Nothing that Aaron Finch could do about that. He looked to just play a defensive shot, but that ball has moved off the straight a little bit. We're just seeing a replay on our screen now. That's a beautiful ball. That's angled in, as I say, and then nipped away all at 91, 92 miles an hour. And all the batsman can do is smile, scratch his guard, and try again in a second.
That's the stuff you dream of when bowling with the red ball, but it's just as effective with the white, especially inside the power play. Archer again to Finch, who does get bat on ball on this occasion, spills out to point, but there'll be no run. It stays at 9 for 2. Got a couple of balls left in this, the third over. Finch, this is his 63rd game of T20 international cricket. He's only the 2nd Australian man to pass 2,000 runs, doing so on Friday night. His last 10 T20 internationals, he's averaged 46 and struck at 154. So he's been just as important as Warner as they've gone up the world rankings to the top of the world. But this is a different kind of challenge here. Archer bowling to the captain. Out towards the offside. It just spills away with soft hands, but there's not going to be any runs there. One ball to come. That catch him on the glove, perhaps, judging by the way that he's thrown the glove off.
Yeah, again, it looked like a leg cutter from Archer, pace off, but the ball just bounced a little bit more than Aaron Finch was expecting. And yeah, just wrapped him on the thumb, the back thumb. You can always tell when the hand comes off the bat straight away. Batsmen like to let you know when they've not hit it with the middle of the bat, like to let everybody know that, you know, they're a bit sore, feeling a bit under the weather or anything. You know all about it, but that ball's just nicked him on the thumb, so that'll definitely hurt.
Yeah, watching from behind, we thought he played with soft hands. In fact, he got whacked on the hand, played it with his thumb. Last ball of Archer's second over to Finch. Pushing into the onside, quick single to the danger end goes Smith and gets through comfortably. Good running. So 3 overs gone. Finch retains the strike. He's on 8. Australia 10 for 2. You can watch this amazing fast bowling display live on television. BBC One now. And if you miss those wickets, catch up with them on the BBC Sport website and app. Adam Collins, Tamal Mills with you here on the call. 3 overs gone. To recap, Australia, Aaron Finch won the toss and batted after batting second didn't go so well on Friday night. And, well, in some respects, they've picked up where they left off on Friday night, losing wickets in the first and second over. That of Warner for a duck from the bowling of Archer and Carey for 2, caught behind off the bowling of Wood, who'll continue from our broadcast end. This is exciting fast bowling. We'll talk about England's power plays through this over. Wood bowls and Finch pushes to extra cover. No now is the call, so it stays at 10 for 2. Didn't take a wicket on Friday night, and Australia added 55. They only took 2 wickets in the power plays against Pakistan and 1 against South Africa earlier in the year. A lot of discussion before the game about left-arm seamers and how effective they've been in the power play, especially against Australia. And we didn't see Sam Curran picked in this team, nor David Willey in the squad. But this alternative approach of all power, all pace, is paying off so far. Wood to the crease and bowls. Finch again pushing to cover. Morgan does the tidying up, no run. It stays at 10 for 2.
Yeah, it's been good to watch, hasn't it? As you say, David Willey, it's been much spoke about, his omission from the squad. Obviously man of the series in the recent Ireland ODIs, and obviously he was publicly disappointed to be left out, you could say rightly so, because his record in the power play has been especially good. But obviously Jofra Archer and Mark Wood have both started brilliantly here. This is such a difficult time to bowl in T20 cricket. The batsmen are often coming hard at you. Only 2 men allowed outside of the 30-yard fielding circle, so to take wickets in this early part of the game is so crucial.
Can Wood get another? He bowls to Finch. It's through the cordon and away for 4. Outside edge, not in complete control of the stroke, but it was rapid, running down, beating Jofra Archer, who was racing around from a slightly squarish third man. Australia 14 for 2. Watching it back here, just caught the cue end of the bat almost and went through about 4th slip.
Yeah, really, it was a wide ball from Mark Wood. Might have even been a wide if the batsman would have left it, but Aaron Finch able just to get the bottom edge of the bat and kind of squirms away down, as you say, inside Jofra Archer, who was very square down there at third man. So not out the middle of that by any means, but Australia won't mind one bit.
David Warner on the exercise bike in the dressing room there we see on the screen. Mark Wood bowls, and this time Finch pushes straight to point. Again, the call is no. Well stopped on the edge of the circle there by Moeen Ali. So 14 for 2 with a couple of balls left in the 4th over.
I always think that must be so frustrating as a batter. You're out. So David Warner in this instance, more so in 50 over cricket, but so you open the batting, you bat first, you get a duck. That's your day done, isn't it? You know,
Sure
he's not going to be bowling. Obviously, he's going to have a job to do in the field, but his main reason when he woke up this morning to come play cricket was to score some runs, and he's not been able to do that. And now he's already having to look forward to the next T20. Sorry, should I say, in a couple of days.
That was quite uppish from Finch as well. Didn't land far in front of Moeen. So Wood to complete the over. Bowls here. It's full. Oh, again, a little edge, an inside edge on this occasion. Running down to the rope. Must be deeply frustrating for Mark Wood. 18 for 2. We've got 1 ball to come in this 4th over. Finch has 16, which includes a big 6 over backwards square, but then an outside edge to third man off the bottom of the bat, and then an inside edge which wasn't far away from clattering into his leg stump.
Yeah, we saw Mark Wood do what he often does, that big jump out of the away to him on the crease, jumps, goes wide, angles the ball back in, and Aaron Finch looking to go for the big hoo-ha over the offside, but he say gets the inside edge. We see slips going to come out. David Milan is going to come into mid-wicket to try and plug a gap inside the circle there, so no slips now in play. But a couple of fortuitous boundaries here for Australia, but they've got to take them however they come at the moment.
So catching mid-wicket instead of a slip as Wood completes the over to Finch, who plays through extra cover with a bit more timing, just off the back foot. They'll come back for a couple, which will move the score on to 20 for 2 at the end of 4 overs. Finch has 18. Smith yet to score. He's only faced 1 ball. Alex Carey has the other 2 runs, but he's gone. He was caught behind, as was David Warner. 4 overs of extreme pace.
Yeah, see who England are going to turn to now. Looks like it might be Tom Curran's going to come on to bowl the 5th over of this inning. So big boots to fill, as you say. Jofra Archer and Mark Wood have been brilliant with the new ball, both bowling in excess of 90 miles an hour. But Tom Curran and Chris Jordan probably aren't going to do that, but they've got their skill set themselves, their own strengths that they bring to this England side. So really important period of the game now that England can keep the foot on the Australians' throat. But the Australians, they might just come counter-attacking here and look if they can finish this power play with a little bit of momentum to take their way.
Yeah, Australia have the best run rate in the power play across the world since the last T20 World Cup, which is, well, more than 4 years ago now, so a decent sample size. But today, going at, what is it, just 5 and over so far, losing 2 wickets in that short journey. And it will be Tom Curran replacing Jofra Archer at the pavilion end. Milan at slip. Fine leg inside the circle, a deep backward square and a 3rd man outside the ring. 2 more overs of fielding restrictions. Smith has faced just the 1 ball so far on strike. Curran on the way to him. He bowls. And Smith pulling into the onside. Has he beat deep backward square? He has. There's a misfield. So Smith timing it well in that deep square direction, and Tom Banton unable to cut it off. Australia 24 for 2.
Yeah, tough bit of work out there. Tom Banton, the only man outside on the leg side, was hit well by Steve Smith, running around to his left, but yeah, he'll be disappointed with that when you just see the replay. He got a couple of goes at it, ended up just parrying it to his left and over the boundary rope.
Curran again to Smith. Some working into the onside, knows the call. Captain Morgan racing in, denying a run. 24 for 2.
Steve Smith just making the gesture a few times to his partner that ball's just maybe bounced a little bit more than he thought. It's funny, isn't it? You watch enough cricket, you learn to know what all these batsmen are talking about by all these little slight hand gestures that they make, or the way they bob around the crease. It's a very emotional game, isn't it? In that respect.
Yeah, Smith's body language often easy to read as well, isn't it? He's beaten here outside the off stump. It isn't just Archer getting the ball to talk from that end. Curran is as well. That extra bounce to Mal Mills that you referred to after the previous delivery, we saw it again here.
Yeah, and a little bit of seam movement as well. As I said, Jofra Archer was able to get it to go to the away from the batsman, and so's Tom Curran. That ball definitely bounced and nipped away again. Steve Smith full of face gestures, hand gestures, full of smiles, but it's definitely tough going out there for the Australian batsman, having chosen to bat first.
Yes, always active Steve Smith in the crease. He's on strike to Curran, who bowls, and Smith does make good contact over square leg here, out towards Banton, but it clears him on the rope. Only by about 3 or 4 metres, but it's enough. Smith moves to double figures. He's 10 not out off 5 balls. Australia 30 for 2. 2 deliveries left in the 5th over. We say goodbye to Tamal Mills, who returns to television, where, of course, you can watch this broadcast today on BBC One. Michael Carberry gets himself plugged back in. Loud music on the tannoy, despite the fact that there is, of course, no crowd in. But part of the fun and games of short-form cricket. Curran to Smith, who squared up a fraction, ends up going straight back to the bowler Curran, who fields in his follow-through. Another important dot ball. Welcome back, Michael Carberry.
Well, thanks, mate. Lovely. Oh, it's been a bit of pepper pot going out there. Mate, some serious heat being bowled. 96, 92 mile an hour, leg cutters, ball bouncing from a length.
Yeah. Even Tom Curran, that ball that whizzed past the gloves of Stephen Smith. The man is on strike here. Curran, the closeout is over from the pavilion end, and Smith pushes towards mid-wicket, run out, chance, and he's gone! That is brilliant fielding. They won't need the TV umpire for that. Stephen Smith has been run out from mid-wicket to end this 5th over. They're going to go upstairs, but they needn't bother. Stephen Smith is 3/4 of the way off the field. An excellent piece of fielding. We'll watch it back here, Michael Carberry.
Wow, that's a massive blow. Owen Morgan, the captain of England.
Just move to side on, please.
Diving one-hand pick up, and Steve Smith well short, and he knew it as soon as it hit the stumps.
Yeah,
he
I've
just
made my
carried on
decision for the
walking.
big screen.
So the formal process is being gone
Decision
through
is out. I
on
repeat.
the ground, and as you can hear, the decision is very much out. Stephen Smith is gone, run out by the captain Owen Morgan for 10, and after 5 eventful overs, brilliant overs as far as England are concerned, with Warner, Carey and Smith all gone, Australia are 30 for 3, and after a couple of further thoughts even, from Michael Carberry, replacing me will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, so that's a big blow for Australia. 3 down in the power play. It's been outstanding bowling from the England new ball pair of Wood and Archer. Some searing pace. Never really letting the Australian bat settle, really. And, well, this is not the start Australia would have wanted. Winning the toss and batting first. Marcus Stoinis now in with the task of now trying to rebuild the innings with his captain, Aaron Finch, who's been at the other end, trying to get it going really for Australia. Just haven't really got going. They haven't got accustomed to the pace, the bounce of this wicket. And Mark Wood again, he's really bowling quick. I watched him in practice this morning, and he was hitting the gloves with some serious heat. So you can see he was well up for this game, as we can see.
Well, it's been a dramatic start to the match. That was a really poor run from Steve Smith. There was never a single there. When he set off, I thought, why is he taking that? He went straight to Morgan, and the fact that he didn't need the third umpire showed how poor his judgment was. Here is Wood bowling, and that is defended by Stoinis, his first delivery of the match. Of course, he faced the last ball of the last game. He had to hit it for 6 for Australia to win, or conjure 5 somehow or other, or a 4 for a super over. It was a really low full toss from Tom Curran, almost a Yorker, toe-ended out to deep mid-wicket. A lot of focus on Stoinis and his inability to get Australia to victory the other evening. I mean, he was 23 not out at the end. He was unable to hit the boundaries. And he's in early here. He's bending at the knee. Here is Wood bowling too. It's guided away straight to point, and there is no run. We were talking before the match started about Stoinis in T20 cricket, because he was the leading run scorer in the Big Bash.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
By considerable distance.
Yeah, but that's at the top of the order. It's a very different mindset. He wouldn't be used to this now. I mean, he's got 1 over left of the power play, and then the fielders, obviously, the fielding restrictions are relaxed. And, in his own head, how does he play it from here? You're 3 down. It's not a situation he's accustomed to doing very often. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes about this.
Wood turns. The hotel end of the ground at 30 for 3 in the 6th over. He bowls to Stoinis down the leg side, flicked away. That's going for 4 somethings. I think 4 runs. He got something on that. Yeah, he was looking to flick that away. It's poorly directed from Wood. A dive from wicketkeeper Butler. He couldn't get across, and it flashed down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Yeah. Seeing how close it was to Butler. Well, it was one of those where the ball had gone and then his glove came, but it went so quickly off the bat.
Yeah, Mark Wood and Jofra have really turned it up today. As I said, I watched them in practice just before the game, and both guys were really hitting the gloves hard.
34 for 3. Halfway through the 6th, Wood goes in and bowls to Stoinis. Stoinis drives up towards mid-on. He's gone for 4. Mid-on fielder there, diving over the top of it. I think some would have stopped that. It was Tom Curran who didn't quite get down. It was hit firmly. It was a nice-looking shot from Stoinis, orthodox on drive. And Curran got there and then didn't make the most of the position he got into.
Yeah, that's a sort of trademark Marcus Stoinis, really. Very strong man. You can see he's a bit of a man mountain, pumps a lot of weights. You can see, look at the size of those biceps, man. He's just jabbed down on that one, full face of the bat. Whistled past Tom Curran there at mid-on.
Yeah, 38 for 3. Nice shot from Stoinis. Takes him to 8 then. So he's found 2 boundaries already. The problem the other evening, he couldn't find the boundaries. Here's full delivery from Wood, dug out by Stoinis, goes very quickly to Rashid in the covers. They thought of a single, but it was hit straight at Rashid. So basically there, they took it on, saying to Rashid, can you hit the stumps directly? And they did not want to take that risk, sort of risk he might take in the last couple of overs. Rashid might have held on to it, but there he had men backing up, so it wasn't worth the risk of Stoinis running at the danger end. 38 for 3. Coming to the end then of the 6th over, with Warner out for 0, Carey for 2, and Steve Smith run out. Finch is there on 18. He's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Wood's bowling with a slip in. And here he goes now to bowl to Stoinis. It's short. Stoinis pulls it away, doesn't time it. Goes bobbling out towards square leg. Diving save from Moen away to his right-hand side. And Stoinis gets a single. 39 for 3 at the end of the power play. It was 55 as the other even from both sides. So a dramatic start here. Remember, you can, as well as listening to TMS on 5 Live Sports Extra, you can watch this game on BBC One or on the iPlayer. And if you miss any of the action, you can see highlights on the BBC Sport website. And Michael Carberry is alongside me, former England opener, but also former Hampshire player as well. Is one of your home grounds, Carbs?
Yeah, one of many grounds I've played at. Yeah, I had some great years here at Hampshire, 11 years. Yeah, it's nice to be back. It's been a while since I've been back to the ground. It was obviously in different circumstances now with no crowd, which is a bit of a shame for this series. Obviously, the Australians are a big attraction whenever they're over in this country. It's great to see them over here. Obviously, some of these guys are guys I would have played against in my time spent over in Australia in the Big Bash leagues and stuff like that. So it's great to see everyone playing cricket again, more importantly.
Yeah, definitely. It's fantastic. We're actually going to complete the men's international programme this summer, really. When you looked at it back in sort of April, May time, you wondered what possibly going to happen. In the middle of this T20 series, another game on Tuesday evening. That's a 6 o'clock start. Adil Rashid's into the attack now, so we're out of the power play, so England have pushed the field back. There's still a slip in, though. David Malan in there at slip. And he's bowling to Stoinis, Rashid, and Stoinis powers his first ball up to long off for a single. It's the same pitch that they used on Friday evening. I mean, sometimes when you use a pitch again, it gets a bit tired and there's a bit more in it for the bowlers, and there's something in it for the spinners often as well if they try to reconstitute a surface. I'm told they're going to use the same pitch on Tuesday as well. But
yeah, usually, I mean, if it was a normal season, by this stage, it would be generally quite slow.
Rashid bowls, defended by Finch. He was looking to manufacture something there, couldn't. Went out to cover, picked up by Morgan.
Yeah, but I do feel because of the obvious lack of cricket this season, the pitches should really still be quite fresh. And for 2020 cricket, I suppose it doesn't have so much of an advantage.
Rashid moving in from the pavilion end to bowl to Finch. Finch is forward. There's a shout for LBW from both Finch and Butler. Butler started it. It's one of those that might well have been pad bat. Difficult to tell from here. They are going to review this. Just going to have a quick look at this. It was definitely played with the bat, but did it hit the pad first?
TV umpire to director. We've got a review for LBW. Original decision not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Seeing that now. What are we seeing?
Just, go on to the Ultra Edge, please.
Oh, this is not going to be out. He's played it with the bat.
See, Joss is one of these people I would never want to play changing room cricket
pad
with.
Involved. We go back on field to Mike.
Well, to be
fair,
fair,
decision of not out.
To be fair to Butler, he was sort of looking at the back of the batsman, so you wouldn't necessarily have known that it hit somewhere near the middle of the bat with that defensive shot. And then Rashid, I mean, it really was up to Rashid there to say, no, he just hit that. There's no pad involved. Finch drives up to long off, and there's no run. It's a really odd one if you look at it, because it was just an orthodox forward defensive shot, and the ball hitting the middle of the bat. The pad was, relatively speaking, nowhere near
Typical keepers, Joss Butler, isn't he? always looking to stitch up the batsman.
There we go. England lose a review. The bat hit the pad at the same time as he lunged forward. 41 for 3, but we do see it. We see it quite a lot where the ball hits the pad first and then goes onto the bat, and it is out LBW. 41 for 3. Stoinis stands up and pushes that back down the pitch. Rashid does well to stop it to his left-hand side.
It's amazing since that rule has come in. How effective spin now is in T20 cricket. Years gone by, you could just sort of play forward, getting it on the pad, and the umpires would be reluctant to give you out. Now, you're forcing the batsman to use that great heavy bat.
Definitely. Here is Rashid bowling, and that's a fraction of turn there, and Stoinis stands up, tries to force it, gets into a tangle. It goes out towards extra cover. It's picked up by the skipper, Morgan. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 7 gone, 41 for 3. Ian Bell announced his retirement yesterday, and a bit like Alistair Cook, you know, when he announced his retirement, you know, all that pressure, it just sort of falls away from you, doesn't it? He's had a very lean time of it for Warwickshire, but he's reached a half century in his final first-class match. He's playing down in Cardiff today against Glamorgan.
Yeah, well, my mates are joining me now on the retired bench, aren't they? Belly, it was a bit of a surprise that he announced his retirement. I saw it on my phone yesterday. I sent him a message just to say, obviously, congrats on a great journey. I was obviously there at the start of him in England under-19s with a very small 16-year-old who just oozed class, and you know, he's just gone from strength to strength, and I think we all knew then he was going to be something very, very special when we saw him. And what a player. Those stats were unbelievable. But for a while, a lot of people had their criticisms over Ian Bell, that he didn't get tough enough runs and things like that. But to finish with 22 Test hundreds, 8,000 Test runs. I mean, you have to have gone through some pressure situations to do that. So, massive hats off to him. Congratulations.
Well, we're going to hear from Ian Bell during the interval here, as long as England bowl their overs quickly enough. I had a chat with him yesterday about his career. If you want to drop in on that Bob Willis Trophy match in Cardiff, you can access it via the BBC Sport website and app. Here's Chris Jordan into the attack now to bowl to Finch, and Finch covers up, plays defensively to the offside. They go for a quick single out towards cover, and they get that one well, comfortably, unlike the Smith one earlier when he was run out, pinching something outrageous, a bit like playing indoor cricket, that really, from Smith on that one, and Morgan getting there first and taking the bails off at the non-striker's end, and Smith well short of his ground. 42 for 3, start of the 8th over. Stoinis is on 10, Finch is on 20. And those 20 that Finch has scored, they haven't been that convincing. There have been a few off the edge. But he's still there. He's such an important player for this Australian side. Made that 156 not out on this ground. Southampton in 2013. 16 sixes, something like that.
It was a good day to be 12th man, I believe I was. Yeah.
Here is Jordan bowling. Short, swatted away. That's a good shot.
Great shot.
That's a very good shot. I mean, it was there for it, but it was magnificently heaved away by Stoinis in front of square.
Not the place to bowl. Chris Jordan, Marcus Stoinis, Western Australian man brought up on the bouncy pitch at Perth, and that is meat and drink. Just swiveled, Ricky Ponting-esque really, isn't it? Full extension, and just swivel pulled it straight over deep square leg. Glorious shot.
Yeah, and Johnny Bairstow saved the umpires some time there, because he was running out towards the boundary to get the ball, and he signalled 6. He said, it just went over.
That's it, keep it moving.
Exactly, because I mean, they'd have just gone upstairs, they'd have found that anyway. If he'd said, I don't know. Sometimes, without cameras, people say, I'm not sure if that went for 6. Here's Jordan bowling, forced back by Stoinis. Jordan leaps in the air to stop it, hit hard into the surface. But Bairstow just fessed up. Yeah, that's 6. I'll get it. Chuck it back and get on with it. Of course, England were fined for their slow over rate on Friday, 20% fine. They were taking time towards the end, and of course they've got the quick bowlers, but then Jofra Archer doesn't have that long a run up. Would possibly a bit longer, but they were fined for slow over rate. Morgan taking his time towards the end, trying to get it absolutely right, and of course he did, with the help of his bowlers. 48 for 3. Here's Jordan bowling outside the off stump, crashed away. And that is a brilliant piece of fielding by Morgan away to his left, leaping and hauling that in with 2 hands. That was heading towards the extra cover boundary.
I tell you what, Stoinis has found some serious touch. He's looked a class above so far on this pitch. We should give the rest of the Australian batting lineup some heart, really. This isn't a bad wicket. I mean, Stoinis has come out, he's looked really positive. He's had, that lovely punch down the ground, great pull shot, first ball of the over. And now, forcing one off the back foot. So it should be, full confidence is a good surface.
Stoinis on 16. Jordan bowls to him. It's on his pads, clipped away towards deep mid wicket. Might get 2 here. They're looking at it. Yeah, they're coming back for the second. Bairstow, who is quick and has got a good arm, can't prevent the second there. Finch running back to the non-striker's end. So Stoinis to 18. And Australia's 50 is up. 50 for 3. They were 3 for 2. 30 for 3. These two looking to put together a partnership. Stoinis has dominated it so far. 18 of the 20 runs scored. Coming to the end of the 8th over. Stoinis, right-hander, bend at the knees. Waits, back raised. Jordan Bowles from outside the off-stump. Slower ball. Trying to heave it over the top. And it's just over the head of Archer. Runs back towards the long off boundary. And Stoinis comes back for two rather fortuitous runs there. We've seen that shot quite a lot, where batsmen try to sort of lift it off the back foot over the inner ring on the offside.
Yeah, these boys are powerfully built now. You look at the size of Marcus Stoinis' upper body. I mean, he's really, since I last seen him, he's really put on some muscle. And it's skills now that batsmen practice. You know, a lot of guys now come from sort of dual sports, you know, playing hockey, rackets, these kind of things where you're used to the wrists and the forearms. We've seen Owen Morgan in previous knocks, you know, standing off the back foot, hitting spinners for sixes. It's amazing skill what these guys can do now, and especially obviously the technology of bats now as well. Let's not forget. I mean, these bats now, they're 50 mil thick, and these boys do pack a punch.
It's Finch, who, like Stoinis, does pack a punch. Faces Rashidi, drags that one up towards long on. It looks like he's trying to hit that into the offside, which suggests it might well have been a googly. Gets a single. Finch to 21, 53 for 3. Start of the 9th over. Stoinis has a look round the field. There's a long off, a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backwards square, and then deep cover. And England still persisting with the slip, looking for that wicket, that outside edge. Here's Rashid bowling wide of off stump, drilled up towards wide long off. Gets to Jordan quickly, so that time they can't come back for 2. Almost hit that too well. Has Morgan died to his right? Has he hurt himself? I think he has. He might well have...
It's on the finger.
Yeah, might well have just taken some of the pace off that, possibly. Difficult to tell from here. One of those horrible ones. If you get him on the end, might take the nail off, or get into the...
That's the vagaries of fielding at extra cover out the old wicket, the end wickets for footholes. Sometimes you can get an awkward bounce, and obviously someone like Marcus Stoinis, he's a drop catch.
Actually, just seeing that again, yeah.
Right.
It was a low catch to Morgan.
That's a dislocated finger.
It's like is it the small finger on his right hand?
His ring finger, it looks like he's popped it out. I looked at a very horrible angle from where I was.
Well, the physio's out there. Of course, he's got to put his blue gloves on first before he can treat Owen Morgan. Well, that was a strange one, because when I watched that initially, it didn't look as though it was a catch. It was powered by Finch. It went up to the wide long off very quickly.
Yeah, that looks like it's popped out. It didn't look at a very nice angle, I'll be honest. But Owen Morgan's a tough man. He's not one to cry off for a dislocated finger. He'll try and obviously stay out there, but I think Craig DeVarman, that's the physio, I think, will try and obviously strap it up, give it some support.
He was diving away to his right, and he got a little hand on it. It was a low full toss. It was smashed by Finch. Yeah. We're seeing it on our TV monitor in slow motion. Of course, in slow motion, that's a straightforward catch, but it was really hit hard. The good thing is, also on our monitors, that the camera angle, initially the physio was protecting the finger, you couldn't see the finger. Now there's one from the sides, you still can't see the finger, which is perhaps just saving us as an audience from seeing the full horror.
Sunday, didn't
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, there's a bit of a delay out here still.
Yeah, the key to Rashid now is not to get too full to these two boys, Finch and Stoinis. They're very, very good hitting downtown if you miss your length in particular. He's just got to get back to a length, just getting the ball into the pitch a little bit more so that these boys can't get underneath it with any real confidence. But the moment he over pitches, you feel these boys are targeting that side screen, anywhere over that sort of region, over the mid-wicket area as well. Very strong in that area, these two guys.
Just on England's fast bowlers today, I mean, it's a feature of this series that England have gone with Wood and Archer. Wood's average speed today, 90.5 miles an hour. That's his average speed, because of course you are varying it a bit as well. The same with Archer, who's bowled 89.5. Friday, Wood was 90.9, so he's about the same as he was on Friday. Archer, 89.11. So Wood is the second and third fastest by an England bowler in T20, and Archer the 5th and 6th fastest. Fastest actually was good old Steve Finn, averaged 90.9 against South Africa in 2019.
Yeah.
Stevie was with
serious
us.
pace, that.
Yeah, he was with us in the winter in New Zealand. He was great company as well.
Yeah.
Right, Morgan has been dealt with.
He's left the field.
He's gone off, has he?
Yeah.
Oh yes, he is at the far end. Yeah, we're back playing again. Rashid bowls and Finch sweeps, goes to deep backwards square leg, and they go through for a single. So Billings is on, and that means that Joss Buttler must be captaining the England side at the moment.
I don't know. Is that right?
Right.
Yeah. I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Butler's made a few little alterations to the field. Here is Rashid going into bowl, still with that slip in, and Stoinis guides it away past cover towards deep cover for a single.
That's a massive blow as well to England, because Owen Morgan's been in some serious touch as well with the bat. We hope he hadn't done any lasting damage.
He's still being treated at just on the other side of the boundary at long off. I think there's no real suggestion that he's not going to come back. He just needs to be patched up. It might be too sore. Might be a problem there as Finch pushes forward to Rashid, and Rashid goes to his left to pick up. I think they might have been saying, well, look, we need to get on with the game, so we can't take more time out. Yeah, don't do it on the field, just do it off the field and bring a sub-fielder on and then come back in a minute.
No sympathy, eh?
No, get on with the game. Rashid in. Another sweep shot. Oh, and Finch misses that sweep, doesn't make contact. He runs behind him and picked up by Buttler. Has to come off the pad. End of 9 overs. Australia are 56 for 3 with both Stoinis and Finch on 22. And Morgan is coming back onto the field. Yeah, so it was just a question of sorting him out. I can't see any obvious bandage on his hand. But anyway, he's back on. And he's immediately talking to Tom Curran, who's going to bowl the 10th over from the hotel end of the ground on what's a pleasant enough afternoon. There's cloud around, not too heavy clouds as well, but some blue sky as well. It's bright enough, the forecast is good. I think we're going to get away with it in this T20 series. Didn't always in the Test series. The forecast for Tuesday, I think, is even better. Talking about 23 degrees on Tuesday, which is great news for all the spectators who will be here. 56 for 3. Here's Curran going into bowl to Stoinis. Stoinis plays towards mid-on, and Archer basically says, yeah, there's going to be a single there. And then he goes to throw the ball to the wicketkeeper, and it disappears out of his hand. He's like a magic trick. Where's it gone? It's landed behind him. So one more. 57 for 3. Start of the 10th. Warner out for 0. Carey for 2. I didn't write down how many Steve Smith made, but I think it was 10. We'll just check that before he ran himself out.
Rare failure from Steve Smith.
There is Curran bowling, and just flicks the pad there of Finch on its way through to Joss Buttler, so no wide. It was 10, yeah, so Smith out for 10. He probably gave it away the other evening, I felt, as well. And that sweep shot against Rashid in his final over, taking it from outside the off stump, top edging it to Bairstow, and then Maxwell out in the same over as well. It just fractionally opened the door, but even then you thought Australia had enough to win the game. Not so. Curran bowls, full, clipped away nicely by Finch towards deep middle. It's only a single though. Should only be a single. Bairstow's onto it. Whips in the return to Buttler behind the stumps. Wicket-keeper to wicket-keeper, if you like. Bairstow and Buttler.
You kind of feel like this Australian innings now needs a little bit of an injection of pace. You know, nearly coming up to halfway mark, only 58 on the board. I know they had a terrible start, obviously 3 for 2, but you kind of feel that a big over is needed either from Stoinis or Finch, you know, just to sort of inject some pace, because if they meander along at this pace, you kind of feel that it won't be enough for this very strong England batting lineup.
Yeah, there's the challenge for them then. Halfway through the 10th, 58 for 3, mid-on and mid-off up. Curran into bowl to Stoinis. It's very full, it's driven towards deep mid-off. It gets there very quickly to Jordan, so Stoinis can't take the single. Again, another one of those where he rifled it to the fielder, so no real prospect of a run. Jordan would have picked it up and done a good sight to the stumps. 58 for 3. Curran bowling at the end from which he closed out the match on Friday, the hotel end of the ground. It's off again, into bowl to Stoinis, short of a length. Stoinis forces it away towards deep cover, and they're through for a single. Curran, of course, who had a very good Big Bash season with the Sydney Sixers. They respect him out there, they like him, they think he's a very good cricketer, very good T20 cricketer, and they want him back as well. They got to the final, but he couldn't play in the final.
Yeah, again, one of those guys from county cricket. You know, he's gone from strength to strength. Him and his brother, you know, you can kind of feel like these two guys have been around for 10 years already.
Finch on strike, Curran bowls from Finch, dabs it into the onside, and Curran tried to get across and pull off a run out. Then they look for two towards short mid-on. That really would have been outrageous, but Jordan comes across from mid-off, seeing the danger there to England, and picked it up, and Stoinis had to go back. That would have been another run out, I think, if they tried it. Yeah,
Chris Jordan, our man to take on. He's got an absolute bullet of a throwing arm, and obviously we all know he's a man for spectacular catches as well. But yeah, you kind of feel that Australia do need to start thinking about targeting one of these second line England bowlers to just inject some pace into the innings. You've got the Big Show ready to come in. You know, you feel it's not easy to obviously take down someone like Adil Rashid. He's a very experienced campaigner, but you feel that something has to give here eventually.
Yeah, 60 for 3 after 10. Here is Rashid bowling, and Finch nudging towards mid-on. They're looking for two here. No, they decide against it. Stoinis comes back on strike. He's on 24. His highest T20 international score. Stoinis is only 33 not out against India and Brisbane in 2018. But he's got the chance to make a serious impact today. He came in the 5th over. 61 for 3. Rashid still with the slip in. Still looking for wickets. Oh, that's a thickish outside edge off the bat of Stoinis. To the leg break from Rashid. It's only a single. Fielded by Curran, coming in from deep cover. 62 for 3 in the 11th. Both batsmen on 25. And now it's Finch on strike. Rashid goes into bowl to him, and Finch leans forward and plays full respect to that delivery from Rashid, who's running away towards Morgan at cover. And there's no run. Rashid is in his 3rd over. He's only conceded 8 runs so far. 2.3 overs, no wicket for 8. Rashid to Finch. This is a good battle. Rashid bowls and Finch takes it on. You felt something was going to give there, and Finch thought, no, I cannot keep playing in this way. I've got to try to lift the run rate, and he's hit him down the ground for 6 over straight long on. There's a man back, but it was to his left-hand side. Hit really well by Aaron Finch, but there was a sort of sense there of, yeah, I've got to do something. 68 for 3. Finch to 31. We had a change in the box. Ebony Rainford Brent is here, and here is Rashid bowling. That's driven by Finch. Square drive towards deep cover for a single. 69 for 3.
Yeah, really good shot. You're right. They've got to get on with it. You know, I think he chose the right option in the sense that he went 100% directly over the bowler's head. Very little risk if you get a good connection straight down the ground.
Here is Rashid bowling, and he's struck on the pad there. Shout for LBW as Stoinis pushed forward. Not out. England have used up a review. What are they going to do here? They've got 2, haven't they? Yep, they have. The new rules with the home umpires. They're not going to review that. 69 for 3 after 11. Stoinis 25, Finch 32. Time for Adam Collins again.
Yeah, just having a look as well on this. It was the googly first of all, and it really gripped and turned. And I suppose 2 questions they're asking. Did he get a little fine inside edge on the bat, which they'll have to maybe have a little look through ultra edge, but also was it impact in line? He took a big stride. So I think a few things England weren't sure of why they didn't take that review in the end, Adam.
Hello, Ebbs. Yes, I can't imagine they'll be reviewing unless they're absolutely certain after what happened about a quarter of an hour ago.
The shocker.
We will see that on compilation tapes for years to come, I suspect. I mean, there's been many highlights so far today, but yes, the Joss Buttler review was something very special. You often see it from enthusiastic wicketkeepers. You think there's a pad bat situation, but this was just middle of the blade.
Bat.
It could not have been defended any better as Jordan prepares to start his 2nd over. He'll be bowling at Finch, who's on 32. You watched the carnage from the other end earlier, pushing out to cover. From the first ball, there's no run. So 11.1 overs into this Australian innings. After winning the toss and batting, Aaron Finch made that decision after they failed to chase down 163 on Friday night. They lost David Warner in the first over, Alex Carey in the second, and Stephen Smith from the final ball of the fifth over for 0, 2 and 10 respectively. And it's been Finch and Stoinis thereafter, the former on 32, the latter on 25. 3 out on the leg side, all in front of square, as Jordan makes his way to Finch, who pulls around the corner. That should be good enough for 4, and it is. Really nicely played. Front pat up high in the air, nice little swivel, 73 for 3.
Yeah, I have to be honest as well, that wasn't that short actually. He manufactured a little something. He knew where the fielder was, that sort of deep backward square, and he knew if he just played it a little bit fine and just worked it around, he'd be able to get that angle he's looking for. Really well played.
Yeah, Finch, who's been so good at teeing off in the power play, has a different kind of role to play through these middle overs. Of course, a fabulous record on this ground as well, having hit 156 in his first game here all those years ago. Facing Jordan, slipping past the inside edge, a leg by they race through for. Good running from Marcus Stoinis, 74 for 3.
One thing I would say that he will be thinking about, this wicket's a little bit better than the game that we played the other night. So, you know, if he's still there at the crease, or both of these two with 4 overs to go, they could cause some outrageous havoc.
Yeah, and Glenn Maxwell next in as well. Andy Zoltzman gave us some stats before play, saying that since the 2016 T20 World Cup, so a decent sample size there, Australia are the best in the world in the power play and the 7th best in the world in the death overs, which gives you a bit of a feel for where they're lacking at the moment. But we do know that when Maxwell comes off, it can be most exciting and most beneficial for the Australian team. They've brought Stoinis in ahead of him, which seems to make sense as well, given how long Stoinis typically takes to get set at the crease. He's on strike here to Jordan, playing down towards mid-on, hard hands on the bounce to Archer, gets a single. Stoinis 26, Australia 75 for 3.
Every time someone says hard hands, I keep thinking just get a bit of moisturise and you should be all right.
Well, I'm tipping that Marcus Stoinis would be the type to moisturise his hands.
Is he that sort?
He is. Yeah, that sort of crew in the Australian team that's sort of slightly more mindful.
Yeah.
With it,
modern day switched on.
Modern day young men. We've got Stoinis. There's a good cohort of them. Zampa, Agar, Mitchell Marsh, Glenn Maxwell, Kane Richardson. Saw them kicking the football around yesterday, having a bit of fun. Jordan on the way, bowls here and pulling nicely into the gap again. Is Finch behind square. A second boundary into that corner of the ground. He moves to 40 from 32 balls, 79 for 3, and he's really going up the gears here.
He is. He did really well to play that well, actually, because it was such a slower ball. It dropped down to sort of mid-60s. It was the out the back of the hand, but it was short, so he had time just to wait, and then worked it around the corner again. But he is motoring now.
Yeah, that's well spotted at the back of the hand. Watching Finch on the replay screen, he adjusted in the crease, didn't he? Had to wait on it and make sure that he struck it fine enough. It's prompted a field change. 4 out now on the leg side, including a man at long leg. Jordan to complete his over, bowling to the Australian captain, who's bowled. The perfect comeback delivery from the attack leader, Jordan. He's been quite outstanding over a long period of time in getting breakthroughs when England need it, and he's got one there. Aaron Finch bowled for 40, Australia 79 for 4 from the final ball of the 12th over.
Yeah, really well bowled. That was all about the line there. All the fielders are on the leg side, and you could just see Finch was thinking about trying to work that. It was a very tight ball that he was trying to cut. No room at all. Yeah, good change up, but it was a decent innings there from Finch. He'll be gutted though, going forwards for 40. So yeah, just open the game up a little bit here again.
Yeah, the game continues to move at a decent clip here at Southampton, and will continue to do so, I'm sure, with Glenn Maxwell walking to the middle. Another experienced campaigner in the green and gold. Has a fantastic record since the last World Cup, and indeed over the last 12 months or so. But with 8 overs to go, he will need to immediately take on the England bowling. There'll be no chance to settle in here, and he'll know that.
It's got to be this partnership, though. As much as there is a little bit of batting to come, you just feel that this is where the meat is now. This is the proper middle engine that Australia need to fire. So maybe he can give himself 3 or 4 balls of knocking it around, and then he's got to keep this game moving from an Australian perspective.
Since that World Cup 4 years ago, Maxwell strikes at 164 in T20 internationals and averages 51, with 3 centuries along the way. It'll be Marcus Stoinis on strike for the new Adil Rashid over, bowling from the pavilion end. Delivers here. Stoinis goes long and straight over the top of long off, out towards where the player's hut is, and it goes all the way for 6. Stoinis moves to 32, and after struggling to find and clear the ropes on Friday night, he's found himself in a nice little groove here, Ebony Rainford, Brent.
Yeah, really good shot here. He saw it early. He saw it go just above the eye line. Just a bit of grip off the pitch, but he just waited long enough and then did the damage down the ground. He's strong, very strong.
85 for 4, 1 ball into the 13th over. Adil Rashid, 3 out on the leg side, bowls again to Stoinis, who pushes along the carpet 2 long off for the easiest of singles. 86 for 4, Stoinis 33.
Yeah, very, very different when the ball's coming on a little bit more for Stoinis, isn't it? Just you start to get the fear factor if he gets his range.
Well, we've both seen it in the Big Bash when we've been in Australia, Ebony, that when he opens the batting and the ball's coming on quickly in the power play and the field's up, I mean, there's few players more effective. He made over 700 runs in the Big Bash last year, a competition record. It's Maxwell's first ball here. Adil Rashid just deceiving the right-hander off the pitch. We're behind Maxwell here, but looks to deflect off his thigh pad into the offside, no run.
It's not often you see a slip still in place at 12 overs in, is it?
Yeah, a real vote of faith in the leg spinner, who's been the main spinner for England in this format of the game over the last 4 years or so. Halfway through the 13th over, Adil Rashid bowls to Maxwell, flat and pushed into the onside. They want 2, but no is the call from Stoinis after they complete the first. Maxwell off the mark with a single, 87 for 4.
Wasn't quite the right ball there. Obviously, the new batter, they put the slip in play, and they were hoping, I think he would have just wanted to bring him forward a little bit, just get him tested, but he was able just to nudge one. A couple of those, he's maybe wants 3 or 4 of those balls, and then he can move.
Stoinis on strike, 2 balls to come in the over. He again goes up and over the top on the offside. Again, it's into the gap, but it has spun away off the track out towards Tom Curran. They come back for a second. 91 for 4. They make that 89 for 4. I'm slightly ahead of the scoreboard with Stoinis 35 and Maxwell 1.
Intense coming, isn't it? You could just see there he's looking for that big one over extra cover.
You often wonder whether that innings that Stoinis played against New Zealand to start his international career it's been a bit of a blessing in disguise. We'll come back to that in a moment. Here's Rashid bowling. Oh, there's the edge. And he's taken it slip, Stoinis. After batting so nicely through these middle overs, that slip in place that you spoke about, Ebony Rainford, Brent, has been put to good use. 89 for 5. Watching it back on our screen here, that was a flat delivery which did just enough to push Stoinis back in the crease, and he's gifted a chance to Milan at slip. Stoinis gone for 35.
Yeah, and I think that's a sign of a really good team and a good captain who's backing his players to say, look, we know there's enough grip and bounce on this surface, regardless of the fact that Stoinis has been set. Keep probing in that area outside the off stump. That one really gripped, and it was a good take. But again, we just say that it's a sign of a team that want to take wickets. They've got to be aggressive, and they are. That's really good to see.
Yeah, we saw on Friday night, Adil Rashid, his final over was what opened up the Australian middle order, 2 wickets. And now, with Australia 5 down, it's Ashton Agar walking to the middle. His position in the side, not so much as a bowler, but where he should fit in, has been debated back home, I assure you, with Australia electing to again go with 5 specialist bowlers. Agar has a modest record with the bat in T20 internationals, but even when you extrapolate that to just T20 domestic cricket, a strike rate of 116 is nothing to write home about, really, is it? So the majority of the work from here to the finish line will have to be done by Maxwell to get Australia anywhere near a credible total.
Yeah, well, maybe his role will just be keeping things ticking, 0 dot balls. You just got to get off strike, get Maxwell in the hitting zone.
So they're going full throttle here. Mark Wood with his pace to Maxwell. That's a matchup they'll like. Maxwell faces up and pushes into the onside. Takes 1.
Just thinking.
Archer tidies up. It's 90 for 5.
Sorry, I was just thinking about, as a captain, if you know that Jordan and Curran can bowl your death overs, the beauty of being able to bring back 2 real quicks in the middle phase. You know, often you'd assume that they would be the ones who would bowl the last 3 or 4, but actually they can come in now and still have an impact.
And you can see with Wood, he's never bowled 3 overs in the power play before for England. Still what Morgan was thinking, given the way that his first 2 overs went, how effective he and Archer were. The stat through before from Andy Zaltzman, they both bowled at 90 mile an hour on average in their first spell. Wood around the wicket to Agar, yet to face a ball. Plays him with a nice straight blade back to the bowler, who moves to his right, Wood, and denies a run. 90 for 5 remains the score, 2 balls into the 14th. And now letting Wood bowl out here, I suppose the thinking from Morgan is if he can get through Agar, well then they're really into the bowlers.
Yeah, who did he get? He got a wicket in the other game, clean bowled.
He
was it?
Clean bowled Alex Carey.
Alex Carey. Again, a left-hander coming round.
At an important time as well. So 2 out on the leg side as Wood bowls, and Agar plays nicely through point off the back foot out to the sweeper. They take a single, 91 for 5. Agar's off the mark. So a run rate of 6.74 for the Australians after winning the toss and batting. That wasn't part of the plan, I assure you. But they'll have to reassess what's achievable. Maxwell has that fantastic ability, that inbuilt computer to know what rate he needs to go at when chasing, but a different story when batting first. Men out at long leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket, third man and deep point. As Wood makes his way to Maxwell, bowls here. Maxwell clipping off his hip. Only 1 there, though, to deep mid-wicket. 92 for 5, Maxwell's 3. All singles for him so far, just 4 runs. Sorry, I should say 3 singles from this Mark Wood over so far, 2 balls to come in it. Reminder, you can watch this live on BBC One, BBC television. Great opportunity to watch Australia and England on the television on the BBC. You wouldn't have had that for over 20 years. And if you've missed the wickets, you can catch up with all of them on the BBC Sport website and the app. You should try and work that out, Ebony. When was the last time an Australia-England men's game was on the BBC? As Mark Wood makes his way towards Agar and bowls here and beats him on the inside edge by the looks of things. Agar just playing with hard hands, but not a lot of footwork. Another dot ball.
Well, at least 21 years. At least.
Well, it'll be the 97 Ashes series, which was, of course, on the BBC. Did Australia play England in the 99 World Cup? They didn't. They weren't in the same group. So this will be the first time they've been on television since that 97 tour.
I mean, what were you doing in 1997?
And that would have been the last Test match at the Oval, where, of course, Philip Clive Roderick Tufnell bowled out Australia on the final day, taking 6 for not many. Our colleague who's over on television right now. Mark Wood on the way again to Agar, pushing towards mid-wicket. The call is 2. Will Agar come back? He won't, because Maxwell will not let him. 14 overs gone. Agar keeps the strike. He's 2. Maxwell's 3. The score is 93 for 5. We've got 6 overs to go. That's Adil Rashid's most economical. Rashid's 1 for 25 is the most economical 4-over innings by an England spinner versus Australia in a T20 international since Graham Swan's 2 for 19 in January 2011. So he did the job there, Rashid. An important time. Capping his day with a wicket, that of Marcus Stoinis.
Just going back to what you said about 1997, I just pretty much started playing the game. I think most people wouldn't have even watched a match.
Well, we're the same age, so we would have been just starting school, wouldn't we? High school.
Yeah. So I just started getting into it, but I wouldn't have been serious enough to be watching or...
I remember being allowed to stay up for a portion of the night to watch the chase, and I think I had to go to bed when Matthew Elliott got out. Being a Victorian, I think I was permitted to watch.
You were allowed to watch till... So your family were a proper cricket geek then, were you? Kid with the up on the...
Are you surprised to hear that? Yes?
No, it seems like you got your perfect job here, Adam.
Moeen Ali is going to take up the attack. He hasn't bowled a lot in 2020. He's bowled 10 overs in all T20 internationals, and 8 of them have been in the power play. So we haven't seen him much in these middle overs. Bowling here to Agar. Oh, big shout for leg before wicket. It's turned down. The ball spilled towards short third man. They don't get a run. Looking for Owen Morgan and seeing whether a review is under consideration. It doesn't look like it is.
I think it's one of those where I think the bat and the ball just jammed into the pad at the same time.
Yeah, going down the leg side as well. So a good matchup for Moeen Ali, bowling with a slip to the left-handed Ashton Agar around the wicket. He clips him out towards deep square for 1. Maxwell again sends him back when looking for 2. So 94 for 5. Agar's 3. Maxwell's turn. We are in the 15th over. Moeen Ali's first of the innings. The 5th of spin that we've seen. But it'll be a different story with Maxwell on strike against Moeen. He has a fabulous strike rate against off-spin bowling. Dig that up. This is the thing. Maxwell goes at 167 against off-spinners in T20, and they'll know that. So the play was to try and get him bowling to Agar. So how will they set up the field here? A deep backward square, mid-wicket on the fence, of course. Long on, long off, and a deep backward point. No slip. Moeen Ali to Maxwell, who again, he's happy just clipping off his pad for 1 around the corner. They don't consider a second, so he's resisted the temptation to go big so far. He's 4 from 5 balls. Australia 95 for 5 halfway through the 15th.
It's a big boundary here, isn't it? Just thinking about the pay. You've got to get the 1 in the slot if you want to clear the ropes.
Moeen again to Ashton Agar around the wicket using his feet. Edge isn't taken at slip. Runs away down towards the rope in front of us for 4 runs. That wasn't far at all from the outstretched left hand of Dawid Malan. But instead, Australia moved to 99 for 5. Agar's 7.
Yeah, cheeky one there, wasn't it? That big, thick outside edge. Again, I love that England are keeping a slip in. They know they're in charge of this game, controlling the rate, looking for wickets.
He was very close to dragging that in. Moeen Ali again to Agar, who plays out towards mid-wicket. A flick of the wrists, bringing up the Australian 100. 100 for 5. 1 ball to come in the 15th over. This was not the plan. Agar is on 8. Maxwell will get 1 more opportunity at Moeen Ali as we bid farewell to Ebony Rainford Brent for the time being. You can see her on BBC One, the television coverage. You can sync it up with the radio call if you want. I've seen some people on Twitter doing that. Moeen Ali bowls to Maxwell, who plays to extra cover, or should I say to cover point. He'll retain the strike. 15 overs gone. Australia 101 for 5. Maxwell is 5 and Agar is 8. If you're just joining our coverage, to recap, the visitors won the toss, and at the toss they said they'll have a bat, but it did not go to plan at all. David Warner was out in the first over. Joss Buttler taking the catch off Jofra Archer. A little glove. Most exciting first over from Archer, who was rapid. Got a delivery through at 95.8 miles an hour, or 154 clicks in the new money. The second man to go was Alex Carey. He was brought up to bat at number 3, the left-hander, after batting at number 6 on Friday night, I should add. But he was out in the second over, caught behind by Buttler from the bowling of Wood. Again, that was at 93 mile an hour to give you a sense of how the first few overs played out. From the last ball of the 5th over, Stephen Smith was run out by Owen Morgan, racing around from mid-wicket. He was gone for 10. At that stage, the score was 30 for 3. And the 2 wickets to fall in the middle overs so far, Aaron Finch was gone with the score at 79 for 4 and Marcus Stoinis at 89 for 5. They made 40 and 35 respectively. Jordan starting his 3rd over, bowling from our broadcast end to Maxwell, who clips through mid-wicket. 2's the call. Maxwell to the danger end. He gets down. Doesn't need to dive, but really had to stretch to get the bat in. Actually, Agar was the man running to the end that the throw eventually arrived at. So 103 for 5. With Maxwell keeping the strike. He's 7 from 7 balls, the first time that he's added to the Australian tally without it being a single so far, as Michael Carberry just plugs himself into my left.
Afternoon. Again.
There's going to be a bit of that today as you run back and forth, as we both do, from box to box.
Yeah, fit boy, won't I?
We will be. So we're into the death overs. And we know how good Jordan is in them. He'll bowl, well, definitely this over, almost certainly one of the others as well. He's got 11 deliveries left, and he's been, as was remarked upon after the first international, really the mainstay of this attack. He bowls to Maxwell, who deflects down the short 3rd, but again, it's only for a single. So he's off strike early in the over. 2 balls into it, 104 for 5. Maxwell has 8 from 8.
Seems to be a bit of a changed technique from Glenn, the big show Maxwell. I don't remember him being, his front foot being so splayed. Is that a new sort of idea he's come with in his batting? I don't remember him in my time playing with him here at Hampshire. It was quite a conventional sort of technique.
Yeah,
a new style.
I think with Maxwell, you sort of talk to his batting mentor Trent Woodhill, who's coaching over the other side of the ground at the moment. Actually, one of the men who's worked with him, it's about his hands more than his feet. with Maxwell. They talk about just backing him to make contact however he sees fit, really. But yes, we've seen so far that he has been setting up with his feet sort of pointed over at mid-wicket, really. Yeah. It's Agar on strike now. 3 out on the leg side, plus a third man and a deep point. 15.2 overs gone. Jordan really taking his time. I wonder whether there'll be another please explain to Owen Morgan in terms of the over rate. He bowls here, Agar.
Shot.
Lovely shot through point. He'll get one. A dive has to be put in there, and a good dive at that by Moeen Ali to keep it to a couple. He struck that better than it looked off the bat, really, in terms of where it was placed. But in moving to 10, Australia are 106 for 5, halfway through the 16th over.
He's got some unbelievable wrists, Ashton Agar. Like, he's one of those really freakishly talented guys. Obviously got a deep respect for history. I see with the Kookaburra Ridgeback. I'm laughing as I was with that company for quite a while, and the old Ricky Ponting stickers. I'm loving the sight of that.
So Agar really looked to go big here off Jordan, who bowls slower ball off the outside edge, bit of extra bounce down to third man off the edge. 107 for 5. He's 11, Agar. 2 balls to come in the 16th. Were you playing in that Big Bash game a few years ago where Agar hit a 6 off the last ball to win? Was that your last year, or was it the year after you might have been the year after you finished up? But there was.
I remember what I do remember of Ashton Agar. We played a game at Sydney. We managed 130, and we had them. They made a good start, and then I can't remember who it was. It might have been Jordan Silk who hit this ball that went miles up in the air, and Ashton Agar ran backwards for about 20 metres, slid and took a catch. It was unbelievable. I just stood there, mouth open. I feel like the worst fielder on the pitch.
So 4 out on the leg side when Maxwell is on strike. As you pointed out before, Michael Carberry, with his feet really opened up. Jordan bowls to him here. Maxwell takes it on into the gap at deep mid-wicket, but again, a good diving stop from Moeen Ali, parrying it up to Johnny Bairstow. They come back for a couple. 111 for 5. Or should I say 109 for 5. The ball just ahead of me by a beat there. Maxwell into double figures. 1 ball to come in the 16th over. But that's the first time we've seen Maxwell really try and find the rope and play a shot that had any real force behind it.
Yeah, I mean, it's as I say, it was just a noticeable change that I've seen recently in Glenn Maxwell's batting with this new sort of very open stance. I mean, how much weight he can still get back in the ball from that position, I mean, time will only tell, but it's quite an interesting technique. Just Chris Jordan, obviously, mixing it up well, some slowies into the pitch.
Last ball of the Jordan over, full to Maxwell, who digs it out and finds a way to get a single to deep point. He will retain the strike. He's 11. Agar is also 11, and with 16 overs gone, Australia are 110 for 5. After a couple of further thoughts from you, Michael Carberry, it'll be Simon Mann to drive us home in this first innings.
Yeah, that was classic Chris Jordan. He's a runner in that difficult period. The death overs, nailed his skills really well. Some slowies in back in the hand, stuff into the pitch, forcing the Australians to sort of try and tug it over that big leg side boundary, followed up by the wide Yorkers. So, excellent from him again. Owen Morgan, and probably now in trying to go for the kill here, trying to push for more wickets, bringing Jofra Archer back now. If you can get rid of these two, you kind of feel that could be the end of the sort of Australian cause in this match. Really got away from England at any stage.
You've got Cummins, Stark, Richardson and Zampa to come. Maxwell, of course, can be very dangerous. 4 overs left and Archer back. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 8 so far. And here he goes now to bowl to the right-handed Glenn Maxwell with 4 on the leg side boundary. Archer moves in and bowls, and there's a shout for LBW. The ball goes ballooning away into the onside. Archer's down on his knees for that one. And it's given not out, and it's given. Just waiting to see whether there's going to be a review.
It's a little bit high, Joff, I think.
Also, I don't think the leg by was called either. So there must have been an inside edge on that. It didn't look a very good shout, did it? Well, it looked a good shout, but it didn't look very close to LBW.
I think there'll be a lot of batting retirements if that was given out, I'll be honest, Simon.
Let's have a look. Yeah. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, it was hit him on the thigh pad, isn't it?
I love it.
It was a long way across.
Come on, Joff.
Straight but high, I would say. 111 for 5. He was beseeching the umpire to give it out.
think it was the old stop running appeal, wasn't it? Rather than realistically being giving LBW.
Yeah. Right, it's going to be Gagar to take strike. It's quite gloomy now. The sky's filled in a bit. And Archer steaming in. Round the wicket to bowl to Agar, who gets a full ball. He tries to clip it away, gets some battle on it, get a single towards deep mid-wicket. The ball is rolling outside the circle. So one more, 112 for 5. Both these batsmen on 12. Australia were 3 for 2. It really set them back, of course. Warner out for 0 and Carey for 2. And then Smith ran himself out. That was 30 for 3. So it felt like Australia had been on the back foot throughout this innings. But I just wonder about this pitch. I don't think it's absolutely blameless. I think there is something there for the bowlers to work with. We'll see. 112 for 5. Archer moves in. It's very full. Miscued drive from Maxwell. He'll get a single though towards deep cover. Curran with a throw on the bounce to Butler.
I think that's where the England bowlers really improved from the previous game. They just hit that length early on, just short of a fullish length. And the Australian batsmen really didn't have an answer. Mixed in with some really good short stuff, which at that pace is always going to put you on a bit of the defensive as a batsman. I don't care how good you are. 93 mile an hour coming down is never easy.
Right. 113 for 5. Archer bowls short, and it's top edged over the head of Butler, coming down fine. Come off a bit of glove there as well. And here is Rashid with the throw, sends it in, and they're back for 2 streaky runs to Ashton Agar. He's on to 14, 115 for 5. Well, you'd have faced it as well, wouldn't you? Mitchell Johnson, steaming in that Ashes series in 2013.
Yeah, what a treat. Yeah, no, it was unbelievable. I think people today still ask me about what it was like, what the experience was like, and I would say, look, that was undoubtedly one of the toughest tests of my career.
Archer goes in now to bowl to Agar, full, clipped away, probably for 2, possibly for more. It's going out towards the boundary at wide long on, deep mid-wicket, cow corner area. They keep it to 2, England. The throw comes in from Milan, who's away from slip now.
But there's always a difference, there's 93 mile an hour where it's short and wide and too full, but then there's 93 mile an hour when it's top of off stump or at your throat, and that's where Mitchell Johnson really improved through that Ashes series. He was outstanding. From old players past, they said they haven't seen that kind of pace since really the Windies of the sort of 70s and 80s, which was
that was lively.
Yeah.
117 for 5. Archer in, very full delivery, excellent Yorker, dug out by the batsman. Agar's got a big smile on his face, and he knew that was a really good ball, and he could do very little with it. So dot ball to finish the over. 3 overs left. Australia 117 for 5. It's a really interesting point you make actually about fast bowling, because it's not just about pace. There's got to be direction there as well. Otherwise, it becomes, I suppose, it becomes quite easy pickings if it's wild.
Yeah,
or wide anyway.
Yeah, at this level especially, you got to be, at international level. I mean, batsmen are good enough to hit your good ball for 4 as well. So being able to hit length, hit that is a very small box to on top of off stump. You've got to get it right. If you're fractioning too short, fractioning too wide, too full, you will get put away. So I think direction is just as important as the pace. But batsmen, when you are facing someone who can bowl that sort of, you always keep a slight eye open that this guy digs one in short, that it could hurt.
Yeah. Curran in, bowls to Maxwell. He heaves this away. Now, has he got enough of this? It's going out towards Jofra Archer, and he cannot pull off one of those spectacular boundary catches. We've seen him do it in T20. It was fractionally over his outstretched right hand, and it's gone for 6. Just had enough on it. For a moment, I think Archer was sort of contemplating one of those leaps and knocking it back inside the boundary, but he didn't have enough to work with there on that wide long on boundary.
Yeah, familiar area of Glenn Maxwell. Tom Curran just coming in the wheelhouse, coming in the slot. It looked like a bit of a off-cutter, slower ball. no ground's really big enough for Maxwell if you go in that area. So he's got to get back to trying to hit those Yorkers, I think.
Maxwell to 19, 123 for 5. Curran goes in, bowls to Maxwell, slower delivery, guided away by Maxwell to the left of Morgan. They're going to look for 2 here. Morgan's onto it, sends in the return to Butler. And keeps them to 1. Should really have only been 1, logically, because Morgan was on the edge of the circle, but he had to do some scampering.
Something to think about with Tom Curran, with Glenn Maxwell now with this new adopted stance. Is there a case in point really to try and get the ball slower and a little bit wider? He's got the third man up in the circle and cover up. I would maybe be tempted to, he's very good at the back and a hand slower ball. Maybe something wider, a little bit slower to get him to reach for it. It's not going to be as easy to get it with that stance now.
Curran round the wicket, bowls to Agar, chopped away, not time, goes bobbling to Rashid at backward point. They're through for a single, takes a score to 125 for 5. And so Maxwell with this open stance, I mean, he's setting himself really to bludgeon it into the onside, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
So if you bowl wide, the point you're making is you bowl wide, he's got to reach for it.
Absolutely, and taking the pace off as well, where it's forcing him to generate something he's not going to want to do. Might be an option.
Well, we've got 2 men up inside the circle behind square on the offside, 4 men back on the leg sides, outside the off stump, slower ball. All Maxwell can do with that is crack it away straight to deep cover for a single, keeping it sort of out of his hitting zone there.
Absolutely, that's the key for Maxwell. You come anywhere near the stumps on that sort of slot length, it will disappear. I've seen him over his time here at Hampshire hit some huge bombs.
He's 21 not out. There are 14 balls left of Australia's innings, 126 for 5. Could well be they were heading for a similar score to the one we had the other evening. Australia made 160 for 6. They might struggle to get that far. If England bowl well, or they take some wickets, Australia fritter a couple away. Curran round the wicket, bowls very full to Agar, who clips him on the drive down towards long on. Jordan comes in, picks up, sends in the return, which he holds on to it. Just lob it to Curran when he walks next to him in a moment. 127 for 5. 13 balls left. What realistically can they get from here? I suppose it depends what Maxwell does. If he's able to free the shackles, and
I think they've got to be looking 140 as a kind of minimum. I think to be competitive.
Here goes Curran to bowl to Maxwell's a low full toss which is powered up towards long on. It's picked up by Archers along the ground, so only a single. What it does mean is that Maxwell's on strike for the next over, so 2 overs left, 128 for 5. Australia worth 30 for 3, and they've had to work hard on this surface against some good England bowling. So who's going to bowl the next over? It's going to be Jordan to bowl it. Archer's got 1 left, Curran has got 1 left, and Jordan's going to bowl this one. So who bowls the last over? Is it Archer or is it Curran for you?
I think based on the previous game, I would imagine it would probably be Curran who would probably take up that responsibility. Bowled beautifully, I thought. Got the Yorkers in well. He's very, very adept with the back of the hand slowies.
So Archer only bowls 3 overs. 3 overs, 1 for 15.
It's a good problem to have, isn't it?
Yeah. Now here is Jordan then to bowl to Maxwell, penultimate over. Maxwell gets a Yorker which he digs out. It's a brilliant shot. It really is. To hit that for 4 is remarkable, because that wasn't a bad delivery really from Jordan. It's just sort of whiplash, bottom-handed drive. Jordan's got a smile on his face as if to say, well, that was...
That's the beauty of 2020 cricket. I think that was brilliant cricket all round. Just Chris Jordan's reaction was to how on earth have you got that there?
What he was able to do was get really deep in the crease, almost turn it into a half volley, a Yorker into a half volley. I mean, that's why it's so difficult for batsmen, for bowlers, I should say.
But that's the technique of a lot of these hitting coaches. Trent Woodhill, I believe, is Maxwell's coach. A lot of these baseball hitting coaches now talk about getting deep in the crease, making that Yorker into a ball you can get underneath, use of the wrists.
Maxwell has a huge wipe of that one. He's caught behind. But Jordan gets his revenge. Brilliant shot the ball before from Maxwell. Wonderful stroke. That one, well, a wild slash at it, and he's nicked it through to Butler. So after the Yorker, He dragged his length back. Maxwell tried to smash it into the forest behind the ground, and he's nicked it behind. He's gone for 26.
Yeah, it's that goodish length again. That's been good enough for an Australian batsman. Glenn Maxwell trying to give the Aussie some impetus. It hasn't quite happened for him today again, but that was certainly a great delivery from Jordan. Not getting too full. He is renowned for bowling good Yorkers at the death, but good mixture of trying to hit top of the stumps as well.
Right. It looks like Pat Cummins, the vice-captain of this Australia team, is on his way out. He is indeed at number 8. So 132 for 6 with 10 balls left in this Australia innings. An innings that's struggled to find that natural T20 impetus that you come to expect. It's been a hard-working innings for them. They've got to somehow cobble together, if they can, from here 150, and then see where their very decent bowling attack can take them.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think the England bowling up front was just outstanding. It really just put their top order under pressure. It's what pace can do. But more importantly, I think the lengths England bowlers bowled was much improved from the first game, and never really gave them that outlet shot per over.
Jordan bowls to Cummins. Good delivery first up. Very full dugout by Cummins. Gets it up to Moeen Ali at mid-off, and they go through for a single. 133 for 6. England happy enough to allow singles at this stage. It's those 4s, obviously, and 6s that they want to wipe out completely if they can. Morgan's having a long word with Jordan there as he walks back. England have been in the field now for an hour and 31 minutes with still another over to come. We did have that quite long delay when Morgan was injured, but they do have to be a bit careful. They're supposed to bowl their overs in 125, and they were fined the other evening for their slow over rate. 133 for 6. There's Agar on strike on 18, and it's going to be Jordan to bowl round the wicket to him with 4 in the circle on the offside and 4 men back on the leg side boundary. Agar powers it down the ground. Good contact there, up towards straight long on. That's gone away for 4. England do have a fielder at long on. He's quite wide, and it's hit so hard that he had no chance to get round.
Yeah, he's got a lovely swing of the bat, Ashton Agar. You know, English fans would know a lot about Ashton Agar. Obviously got a 90 odd on his Test debut, I believe, batting at number 11 a few Ashes ago. Again, deep in the crease, making that attempted Yorker into the half volley. And Chris Jordan just not quite hitting the spot. Great shot.
He's on to 22. 8 balls left in the innings. 137 for 6. Jordan bowls to Agar. Very full again. Dug out into the offside for a single. If you go back and look at that innings that Agar played, that 98 on debut, I reckon he was stumped earlier in the innings, but they felt they couldn't quite give it out. They didn't quite have the evidence to give it out.
I think there was a lot of bad umpiring in that game.
Well, that was on DRS though. They had a look at it on DRS to see whether he was stumped. Yeah. It was one of those at the time you thought, oh yeah, I think that's out, but perhaps from memory whether they just couldn't, it was sort of that 100% conviction. We put everything together from memory anyway. Anyway, it was a thrilling innings. Here's Jordan bowling very wide to Cummins, who reaches for it and gets some bat on it out towards deep cover. Curran's there, sends in the return another single to end the over. So it's 139 for 6 with 1 over to go. Something like 150 the target here for Australia if possible. 11 off the last over, something like that, if they could possibly manage it. Who is going to bowl it? I mean, logically Curran, but there's Jofra Archer as well. Who's taking their cap off? No, it is going to be Archer to bowl it. It is going to be Archer to bowl the last over rather than Tom Curran. To me, that seems the right choice, but you feel that Curran is an option as well.
Yeah, a little bit surprised. Bear in mind, Tom Curran bowled the death overs the previous game, but as I say, it's a lovely problem to have. I mean, Jofra Archer in his own right is a very good death bowler. He's got the pace to certainly knock over a lot of these Australian tail end as well.
Who would Australia like to bowl the last over? I suspect they would prefer Curran to bowl it. That would be my hunch anyway. But
Moeen Ali.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's not going to happen though, is it? Archer bowls full. It's dug out into the offside by Cummins for a single. 140 for 6. Cummins to 3. Agar's on strike now on 23. And they're looking to finish off what's been a pretty decent all-round bowling effort. But Australia will feel that on this surface, a used pitch, they might be able to make it uncomfortable for England, especially with a couple of early wickets. England's so powerful at the top with Buttler and Bairstow. If you let them get going, trouble for you. Here's Archer, round the wicket, bowls to Agar, tries to swing it away. Oh, it's down the leg side, it's wide. Archer's furious with himself.
Good pace as well, 90 mile an hour. He felt Ashan Agar only had to get half a bat on that, and that could have been flying into the stands. Misdirected by Jofra Archer there.
Andy Zaltzman's in the BBC truck today, working for television, but I wanted to ask him how many wides England have bowled. It doesn't seem very many. They seem to be bang on target today. I'll just check that. Here is Archer going into bowl full. Oh, it's an excellent delivery. It strikes him on the pad outside the line of off stumps. A toe crusher. Goes down to short third man. They run through for a single. Archer didn't appeal. I'm pretty sure he struck him outside the line. Let's see if I can find the wide situation. I don't remember very many in this Australia innings today. Let's have a look. No, that was the first wide, and that's really disciplined bowling as well from England.
Yeah, they were very much on the money from ball one in this game, the England bowlers. Mark Wood in particular, Jofra from the other end. It was serious bowling.
Archer now to come in, short, slower delivery, and Cummins pulls out of the shot, and then belatedly it's called wide. Archer, it was a remarkable delivery really, because it banged it into the pitch with a slower ball. It was just waiting, and Cummins just let it go. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's over the shoulder, okay.
Yeah, well, it's over the head of Cummins, who left it rather coolly there, saying, I know that's going to be called wide. It was quite close. Archer was a little bit frustrated, so there we are, 2 wides in the over. 143 for 6. Archer goes in, bowls to Cummins, who slices this over third man. Rashid has to run back, might well be 4. Yep, he's gone to the boundary. Ugly, smearing stroke from Cummins. Could have gone anywhere, and fortunately for him, it went to the third man boundary with the pace of Archer's bowling. 147 for 6. Still with 3 to come.
I think Jofra is struggling to see the funny side of this. You could argue slightly unfairly wided the previous ball. Now thick edge over third man the next ball.
Morgan's come over for a chat, and Jordan as well. Big friends, those two, Jordan and Archer. Long on Jordan. Goes back to his fielding position, and that's hit high down the ground. It's a fantastic shot from Cummins, and it's gone for 6 over long off. Well, Archer's been dealt with in this over. A couple of wides, and he's also been hit for a streaky 4 and now a 6. So that was an emphatic shot from Cummins, and Australia's 150 is up, 153 for 6.
This is why in T20 cricket you've got to be precise in your plans. I don't care how quick you think you bowl, you've got to be precise. You go in that slot, you're going to disappear. And someone, even with the bit, someone like Pat Cummins, who's not a mug with the bat, he'll put you away. Jofra hasn't really found a plan. He's not really gone for the Yorkers. He's not really gone for the short stuff. It's all been a little bit mixed bag. One thing you can't do at this stage in the final over of T20 is to bowl in the slot length.
Yeah, and that was right. What's his comeback? 2 balls left. Goes in, down the leg side. Fumbled by Buttler. They run through for a bye as well. What's the umpire going to decide here? Is this wide? Yeah, 2 wides. This is a ragged over from Jofra Archer. I liked your plan at Tom Curran.
Well, we live and learn, don't we, Simon? We live and learn.
Well, Archer has been very good. He did have to change ends. I don't know whether that makes a difference for a bowler. Australia on the charge, obviously, and they got a bit lucky. That streaky boundary from Cummins, but there's been 3 wide balls in the over as well. So
it just lacked a little bit of a plan. I think that's all from Jofra. You just can't run and bowl length.
Archer goes in, bowls full, it's driven straight back to the bowler. It's a dot ball. Archer runs him out, does he? Yes, I think he does. Agar was coming down the pitch and he didn't get back. Archer, there's a little bit of anger in that. He could have held on to the ball, but he decided to hurl the ball at the stumps, and he's knocked off the bails, and he has run out Ashton Agar. And there's a dot ball, penultimate ball of the over.
Yeah, great Yorker. And that's where I'm sure that was the plan from Jofra, to try and get the Yorkers in, tuck up someone like Agar, don't let him free his hands. You've got to be precise with your execution at this level.
155 for 7 with one ball left, and it means that Mitchell Stark is going to have to come out and face the last ball of the innings from Jofra Archer. Two fast bowlers are going to have a quick chat about how they're going to approach this final ball.
Get bat on it.
That was much better from Archer, wasn't it? That's where you want it, really. As a captain, that's where you want someone like Archer to bowl.
You have to be precise. You know that's the beauty of someone like a Chris Jordan or a Tom Curran of lesser pace. But these guys, they're very precise with where they're trying to bowl to their field, making sure they bowl to their field.
Last ball of the innings, and here goes Archer into bowl to Stark. Stark tries to heave it away. They might get 2 here. Goes bobbling out towards the edge of the circle, and they are going to get an easy 2 because the fielders were in the wrong position to prevent it there. So there we go. That's the end of Australia's innings. 157 for 7 from their 20 overs. So they have cobbled together something here. England, of course, remember, defended 162 the other evening. So this game is not done yet, not by any means. Start finishes 2 not out. Cummins is on 13. Leading scorer for Australia, Aaron Finch with 40. Stoinis 35. Maxwell 26. Agar 23. And Cummins 13 not out. Australia were 30 for 3. They were 3 for 2. And they have got something to defend. I think there's any doubt about that on this surface. So we could be in for another intriguing match after the interval. 10-minute interval. Because England have bowled their overs pretty slowly. 1 hour and 41 minutes. We'll hear from Ian Bell in a moment, who announced his retirement yesterday. Bell has been among the runs playing in the Bob Willis Trophy today. But Kevin Howells joins me, and the big story at the moment concerns why there hasn't been any play since lunch in the Bob Willis Trophy match at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire. What do we know, Kevin?
We know the match has been abandoned. It's our first major COVID-19 related story that I can think of in the domestic game for this summer, and the match has been abandoned after just one session of play this morning. Gloucestershire was 66 for 6 in their game against Northamptonshire. I'll read the statement, which has come out literally in the last couple of minutes, and this statement reads as follows: it's in the interests of player welfare, it's been agreed between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire, the 2 teams involved, along with the ECB, that the Bob Willis Trophy match being played at the Bristol County Ground has been abandoned. Goes on to say, just before lunch of the first session of play, it came to light that a member of the Northamptonshire playing squad had tested positive for COVID-19. Although the player was not part of the group that travelled with the squad to Bristol and has been self-isolating at home, further members of the Northamptonshire squad have been in contact with the player within 48 hours of the player developing COVID-19 symptoms. Gloucestershire, Northants and the ECB are unified, the statement continues, unified in the belief that player welfare is paramount and that no risks should be taken with the health and safety of the players, officials and administrators involved in that match. The match has now been abandoned and the Northamptonshire squad will return home to Northamptonshire today. Most important thing to say about this is obviously the safety of everybody involved. We wish those that are very closely involved a recovery as soon as possible from this. In terms of the context purely sporting wise, there was not a great deal riding on this game between these 2 teams in terms of qualification to go through to the Lord's final, but that takes nothing away from obviously the seriousness of what has happened there and the cautious approach, understandably, that has been taken to say that there will be no more of that game and Northamptonshire will travel home. And as I say, we'll keep an eye and ear open on what happens over the next few days, but that has basically happened at Bristol today. Now, in terms of the matches that are taking place. This one here at New Road, it's 3 groups. The winners of the group will go through to Lords if they make sure they get more points than at least one more of the other group winners. So in the central group here, Somerset on a difficult batting surface, 195 for 7. We've just seen Lewis Gregory make it look just a little bit easier though. He scored 37 off 51 balls, but Somerset lost 4 wickets for 14 runs in that afternoon session in 9 overs. Tom Abel making 59, so Somerset 195 for 7. Of the other games, Lancashire against Derbyshire. Derbyshire top of the North Group. Lancashire 148 for 5. Durham 197 for 6, way to Notts. If Derbyshire, who are top of the group, slip up, Yorkshire still have a chance of going through. They're 36 for 2. After Leicestershire were bowled out for 124, there have been a lot of wickets falling. Ian Bell is 50 not out for Warwickshire. Rain delay though. Warwickshire 127 for 5, away to Glamorgan. You know about what's been going on at Bristol, or not now as the case may be. Into the South Group, lots of wickets at Chelmsford. Essex topped the table. Middlesex all out for 138, Essex 43 for 2. Hampshire 178 for 8 against Kent, and Surrey Sussex started late, and Sussex 153 for 2. So there you've got your scores.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Back here, England need 158 to win. We're in the interval. As you heard, Ian Bell is playing his last first-class match today following his announcement that he's to retire from the professional game. He's 50 not out at the moment. Bell has scored more than 20,000 first-class runs and more than 11,000 in limited overs cricket. I spoke to him yesterday about his decision to retire.
You know when it's time to probably move on, and I just feel that, you know, these last few injuries have just sort of cost me, and I'm not able to play probably the level that I really want to. It's obviously a difficult decision to make. It's it's a career and I suppose a job that I've absolutely loved to pieces. It's all I wanted to do was play cricket for a living. So I suppose it is an end of a chapter and moving on. But I think when, honestly thinking it, with myself and talking to people around me, it felt like the right thing to do.
You're giving up at 38. Jimmy Anderson is continuing at 38. He's a bowler. He's bowled thousands and thousands of balls. You've just been standing at the other end hitting them. Do you sort of look on at him with awe that he's still going?
He's an absolute nutter. Yeah, but he's brilliant. I mean, again, Jimmy, to watch him the other day get his 600th wicket, I mean, it's incredible, to be honest with you. I know a lot of people talk about Jimmy inability-wise and what he can do with a cricket ball, but it takes a lot of resilience physically. And having watched himself and Stuart Broad, that separates those two from a lot of people. I think bowling in particular is hard graft. Like you said, as a batter, we get the luxury side of it. Going out there and hitting cover drives, and it's probably a little bit less physical. But those two in particular, to do what they've done for such a long period of time, a lot must be said about their character and physically how tough they are as well, not just the skills. So again, Jimmy's just one of very, many players that I was very lucky, I suppose, to have played with and also call a friend away from cricket as well. So, but yeah, again, at 38, I know how my body feels. So God knows what his body feels like.
You mentioned the memories, and you had great memories. 22 Test hundreds. You played in Ashes winning teams, and you won in India. Is there one memory that stands out more than any other?
Well, I think from the individual side, I think winning Man of the Series against Australia in 2013, I think that is one thing that you're always trying to do. Obviously, the team wins are always are great, and I think the best series I played in was certainly winning the Ashes in Australia. But I think from a personal point of view, getting in early 2005, struggling a little bit in Ashes cricket, and then finding my way. But to be able to say that when you look back and say, actually, in that series that I influenced it with hundreds and match-winning performances, I think that gives me so much satisfaction to know that you've actually been out there and done that. And to win the Miller Compton, award, I think is, especially when you look at the list of people who have managed to do that.
Do you have any regrets? Is there anything you think, I wish that had gone better for me?
I wouldn't say regrets. So I feel very lucky to have played 118 Test matches. I think towards the end, I remember having a conversation with Andrew Strauss and talked about maybe having the winter off. I know there was the tour to Pakistan, and which was my last tour, and the South Africa tour, and he was very adamant about, having that off and refreshing. And I think at the time I was very much, no, I'm going to crack on. Form will turn round. That's what happens in the game. You go in and out of form, and it wasn't a physical thing. I think it's just a mental burnout of playing 12 years of international cricket on the road. And if I'd have probably had that time again, I might have taken that advice of maybe just taking the winter off. But I thought at the time, I was doing it for the right reason. I didn't want it to look like an easy option, or I was running away from something. I just wanted to get out there and tough it out. But looking back, that would probably be one thing. But is it a regret? I don't know. I still feel very lucky that I managed to, like I said, play 118 Test matches, score 2200s, and win series with England, which was a dream come true. That's all I wanted to do since I was a kid growing up supporting Warwickshire.
You're the last person of the 2005 team to retire, aren't you? The Great Ashes team of 2005. Does that feel a bit odd?
It does. I've been dragging that one out a little bit, haven't I? But it does feel odd, and I think that was such an iconic series as well. And when we meet up, I suppose, as a group, it always feels a special series. And like I said, from that one there, I suppose I was lucky enough to go on and win some more, but that one will always go down as a special one. And it was a summer that I suppose, really cricket just grabbed the headlines everywhere, wasn't it? It was such a special summer. But yeah, I suppose that's an end of a chapter of that group of players now in the professional game.
Ian, congratulations on a fantastic career, and thanks very much for talking to us. And I'm sure we'll see you around a commentary box or a cricket field fairly soon.
Great, thanks, Sam. Thank you.
There we go. That's Ian Bowe. We do wish him well, and he's got the chance of 100 in his last first-class match as well. 50 not out, but rain has stopped play down in Cardiff. That match between Warwickshire and Glamorgan in the Bob Willis Trophy. Here at the Ageas Bowl, the Australia fielders are out there, the umpires are out there, where the England openers, they're making their way down the steps. The dressing room to the right-hand side as we look on. Australia looking to defend 157 for 7. Jofra Archer conceding 18 off the final over. Adam Collins is going to start the commentary after a few thoughts from Michael about that Australia score of 157 for 7. What sort of percentage chance do you give them of winning the game from here?
Well, you can never really write off Australia. They have got a decent, more than decent, world-class bowling lineup with the likes of Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc, who will be a handful on this wicket, no doubt. Will be a threat to the England batsmen early doors, but you do feel, with the way this England lineup have been playing in the last few years in particular, and the touch that someone like Johnny Bairstow and Josh Buttler have been in white ball cricket this shortened summer so far, you do feel that it's probably not quite enough. But again, you can never write the Australians off. They're a proud nation. They will come out fighting, especially under the helm of Justin Langer. No doubt the team talk will be, we've got to go in search of wickets, and if we get into this England order early, anything's possible.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. They are a proud side under the leadership of Justin Langer and Aaron Finch. They've never lost 3 times in a row to England in T20 internationals. I don't know whether they'd necessarily know that, but it is sort of gives a sense of the 2 top teams in the world in this format of the game. It's not a habit that you'd want to get into,
no.
Especially with 2 World Cups on the horizon in October 2020 in India, then in Australia, well, I should say October 2021, and then October 2022 in Australia. Mitchell Starc will start us off from the pavilion end. England need 158. Buttler, the man on strike. There's a slip. Finch fielding there. Starc over the wicket. First ball pushed into the onside, just square of mid-wicket, around towards the square leg umpire indeed. Marcus Stoinis collects, and Butler's off the mark with a single from the first ball.
I think it's really important that Mitchell Starc, really much the same as the England bowlers, Mark Wooden, follow suit really, and hitting that good length. He's a bowler who likes to go very full, very early. He likes to try and attack the stumps, attack the pads. But you don't want to overpitch to someone like Johnny Bairstow in the form he's in at the moment, or any of these England batsmen. They're very, very strong down the ground over that sort of mid-wicket area. So it's important that Mitchell Starc, if he can get some movement early on, but just hit that top of the stumps length.
Starc has got 12 wickets in his last 9 games at T20 international level. Bowls here to Bairstow over the wicket. Shout for leg before, and it's turned down. Ooh, are they going to consider a review there? Aaron Finch hands on head, Mitchell Starc hands on hips. The negotiation seems to be mediated by Stephen Smith, who is giving a judgment about height and saying it would have gone over the top. No review. The decision holds, but that was close, Michael Carberry.
Yeah, I think naked eye, I think it's just missing. He's just done a little bit too much. But that's the area you've got to target Johnny Bairstow.
I'm sorry, they have reviewed. So after Stephen Smith, my apologies, Smith said, don't do it. that Aaron Finch, with 1 second on the clock, has gone up anyway. So we are going through the formal process. The first replay we see looks like it might be trending down the leg side.
Black line.
I think it's done too much. And too
black line as it passes the bat. Okay, and move on to ball tracking when available.
So it's hit the back pad, not the front pad. Here's ball tracking. Pitching in line.
Pitching in line.
No.
Umpires call on impact. Missing the wickets. And go back on field to Mike. Mike, stay with your original decision of not out.
So Mike Burns' decision is confirmed. The second ball of this England reply. They negotiate safely.
Encouraging, bit of swing there early on for Mitchell Starc. That's what he does. And that's kind of the area to target Johnny Bairstow. He has a very high bold ratio. And I think no doubt Australia will be targeting the stumps here.
Men out at deep square leg and third man. Everyone else inside the circle. Starc bowls to Bairstow. He tries to drive through cover but doesn't get much of it. It spills out towards mid-off, no run.
Good pace that too, 91 mile an hour from Mitchell Starc, revving it up early on, and that's what he's got to do. He's almost got to take cue from the England bowlers and the damage they did to the early top order of the Australian lineup. You know, that searing pace on the length. With his swing as well, he can be a handful.
Yeah, Starc, such a potent white ball bowler. He's topped the pops in the last 250 over World Cups in terms of wickets taken. Has a fantastic record at T20 level as well. Johnny Bairstow just backs away as Stark's halfway through his run-up, and they'll try again. Starc with they call it the Alice band, don't they, in their hair when they...
Yeah, there's some, I'm not really one to comment on
keeping it off the
eyes. Let's just say I'm envious, mate.
Duly noted. No more hair gags with Michael Carberry today. So it's Starc bowling, with Richardson inside the circle at short fine. Bowls here to Bairstow. Squares him up again. Spills out into the offside. Starc nice and quickly. So is Stephen Smith. No run there. So 4 balls bowled. Just 1 run coming from it. Looking at Starc's overall record, he's played 32 games of T20 international cricket, 43 wickets at 19 at just 7 runs and over.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? Considering how hard batsmen go out now. But I would say he's very un-Australian-like in his approach, because you usually associate Australians with banging the ball in at, sort of tummy, chest high, whereas he's actually in a very sort of almost Jimmy Anderson mode, where he goes very full. He's happy for batsmen to drive, but with his pace he gets under. He's got a very fast Yorker as well.
Starc bounding in and bowls, and Bairstow driving again, but as it was the ball before, collected by Starc in his follow through. So 5 balls, just 1 run from it.
Yeah, I remember visions of the World Cup in 2015, where he got under Brendan McCullum's bat quite early on, searing Yorker. He's a handful.
Many good judges say that's the loudest they've ever heard the MCG.
I can imagine so.
4th ball of that. I mean, I'd question that judgment, having been to a number of grand finals there, but some would say that that's the loudest they've heard the great stadium. 100,000 people going wild when he knocked over McCullum for a duck. What he would love to do here as he bowls to Bairstow, yet to get off the mark. Down the leg side, it'll be 4 runs. Was there a pad on it, or will it be signalled byes, or it is leg byes? So a boundary to finish, albeit into the sundries column. 1 over gone. England a 5 without loss in pursuit of 158 for what would be a straight set series victory after Australia were restricted to 157 for 7, with Aaron Finch top scoring with 40.
Well, I can tell you now, mate, on first hand, I've had the privilege of being at that great ground when we were 4-0 down, and it got very loud then.
That first morning, first morning of the Boxing Day Test match, it's documented wonderfully in the Edge documentary last year that Barney Douglas put together with the England team, and Felix White, of course, from Tailenders on BBC, scored. The England players talk about that first morning at Melbourne being something they've never experienced in their cricketing lives.
I've never in my life, because as you know, the MCG, it's all you come up through a tunnel. And I'm stood there with Alistair Cook waiting to go out. We were watching the Aussie boys walk out there, and I remember Alistair Cook, it was almost like lip reading. I couldn't hear a word he was saying due to the noise.
So Cummins starting off from our broadcast end. Bowls to Butler, who defends. Out to mid-on, no run. It remains 5 without loss. We're 7 balls into the Australian chase.
And there was a moment where, obviously, I don't believe Mitch opened the bowling that Test match, which we found a bit of a surprise. But as soon as he came on, all the fans just kept banging their hands on the boundary boards, which resonated round as he ran in. It was amazing. 98,000 people.
I think I'm proud as a Melburnian hearing that. I think that makes me feel good. I'm just trying to weigh it up. I mean, of course, in that aforementioned documentary, there's some fairly unsavoury things said on Boxing Day as well. But on balance, as Cummins makes his way, there's an outside edge on the bounce with soft hands to Finch, who takes it to his left. Butler trying to steer there, so he had the blade already opened up. But another dot ball.
But it puts it into context. You know, you feel this ground, for example, which, you know, has its own electric atmosphere. You probably get 20,000, maybe 15,000 in. You know, imagine timesing that by 6.
Yeah.
In the MCG.
Yeah, it can get wild.
But I like the start here from the Australian bowlers. Cummins straight on a length. Butler nicking one just short of Finch's slip. But this is what Australia got to do. They've got to get in that good zone very, very early to these two.
Cummins, 37 wickets at 20 in this form of the game. He bowls here, pulling through the onside is Butler. He struck it so well, but straight to Marcus Stoinis, who's doing the sweeping on the deep square leg boundary. He had no time to react. 6
one
for
run.
That's for 1 run. It needed to be hit straight to him, otherwise he had no chance. 6 without loss. We're 9 balls into this innings.
Yeah, you kind of feel that Test match 100 Jos Buttler scored here a few weeks ago has just kick-started his season. You know, he was struggling for form for a few months there and not really finding his feet, but you just having that time at the crease, it's just bled into his one-day game. I mean, he played phenomenal for a short knock in the previous game. Just the power.
Yeah, Butler loves playing here as well, doesn't he? 44 on Friday. He averages 72 in T20 international cricket at the Ageas Bowl. He's facing Cummins here, or should we say it's Bairstow facing him. He pushes to backward point. Ends up being an easy single. Direct hit in, which there's an appeal from Glenn Maxwell and they're going upstairs because Jos Buttler didn't slide his bat. Now, I understand why Maxwell asked the question, and I also appreciate why Mike Burns is just checking it out.
You never know with direct hits, do you?
I mean, he could have both feet in the air. That's the only reason it could be out, because he was going to make his ground comfortably, but didn't do the basic and slide his bat. We're going to watch it back. No, as it turns out, it looks as though on the face replay, his foot's already, first replay rather, his foot's touched in anyway, so it's a moot point. But
it's a bit dangerous, I would say, that ploy from Jos Buttler.
Yes.
It's a little bit sleepy, I would say. You know, you don't want to, you know, the old adage, you want to cash in when you're in good form. You don't want to be walking back for something a little bit sleepy like that.
Especially with the form he's in.
Absolutely.
No one does better at the top of the order in T20 international cricket than Jos Buttler in the 10 innings he's played at the top of the list. And what a shot that is. He's absolutely creamed that through extra cover. No footwork to speak of. Stand and deliver.
Wow.
And it's raced away to cover for 4. Butler moves to 6.
And that's what I talk about. Is he has got an incredible ability, but it's the power he hits the ball with. When I first saw Jos Buttler play, he used to hit shots. You think, how has that gone 10 rows back? He just got a real languid sort of sweep. What I like about Jos Buttler, I've always said to kids that I coach now, look at he gives it the full swing. He doesn't hang back. You know? Unbelievable shot.
Yeah, those wrists, they don't lie. Cummins, last ball of his over. It's yorking Butler. There's a shout for leg before, and it's turned down by umpire Milnes. And it will be the end of the second over. There's not going to be a review. We welcome 5 live listeners who are joining us for this second innings. And remember, you can also watch this game on BBC One, catching up on the highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. I'm Adam Collins. To my left is former England international and Hampshire star Michael Carberry. Australia, after winning the toss and batting, made 157 for 7 in the first innings. They lost 3 wickets in the power play and they recovered courtesy of Aaron Finch, Marcus Stoinis and some good hitting towards the end and an expensive last over. So England have been set 158 for victory, and after 2 overs, one bowled by Mitchell Starc and the other bowled by Patrick Cummins, England are 11 without loss. Butler's there on 6 and Johnny Bairstow on 1. As Starc prepares to bowl the 3rd over of the Australian defence. Running towards us from the pavilion end on the way to Bairstow. He's got a slip. Finch is fielding there. He delivers over the wicket. Over the top of mid-off he goes. Bairstow gets his first boundary and it trickles away into the rope. Didn't get all of it, but didn't need to with the field up. England 15 for none.
Yeah, that's exactly the place Mitchell Starc can't bowl. Just giving Johnny Bairstow a little bit of whiff and allowing Johnny to free his hands with mid-off up and just easing it over mid-off there. He's got to get back to those stumps, target those stumps and pads. That's sort of the area Johnny Bairstow struggled with across his career. But you bowl out there at your peril.
Australia did take some tap in the power play in the first 4 overs on Friday night. They took their first wicket when the score was 43. By that stage, of course, Butler was off to a flyer. Bairstow the first man to fall. Stark bowling to him here over the wicket. Bairstow driving straight. That's a much better shot.
It's a beautiful shot.
A beautiful shot indeed. Striking it on the up, straight past the umpire and crashing into the advertising boards at the far end. 15 without loss, or 19, sorry, now without loss. We're 2 balls into the third over.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, to be fair to Mitchell Stark, that's not a bad ball. That's on a length. Johnny Bairstow is just again trusting the wicket, trusting his eyes and hands, just great, setting a great base and just powering that down the ground for another boundary.
Yeah, we saw Bairstow's confidence grow last year playing in the IPL for Sunrisers Hyderabad. Indeed, opening the batting with David Warner in that competition, they really did put on a show, and we'll hope to again here. Will he go 3 in a row? He'll try to, 3 mid on, but won't beat Pat Cummins racing around to his right. So 19 for none, 2 to come in the third over.
Yeah, very dangerous player, Johnny Bairstow. He's one of those players, you know, you feel like he gets a couple of boundaries away. He's very, very quickly into his work. You know, very, very strong down the ground, strong over that leg side, strong on the short ball as well. So he's he's quite a package. He's very difficult to bowl at.
After this ball, we might consider the importance of those domestic leagues and building confidence in T20 cricketers. Mentioning that Bairstow got that chance in the IPL last year and took full advantage. He's on strike to Stark here, who bowls. And he pushes out towards cover, no run.
Well, I think it's something myself, the likes of Kevin Peterson, Michael Lum, guys who've had good experience in those leagues. We've been saying for years that we all felt that it definitely upped our game. I mean, I'm glad that the ECB have finally seen that vision and have allowed the likes of Tom Curran, we've seen him in the IPL and Big Bash League, James Vince, Josh Butlers, Bairstows, all these guys who have had experience in those leagues, because you're playing alongside and with some of the best players in the world, and it can only rub off on your own game, and it's that confidence, and also it takes away the sort of mystique when you do come and play international cricket.
Stark to Bairstow on 9, bouncer. Oh, the stumps have been knocked down. That's going to be out, so I'm just going to clarify if it was his boot that hit the stumps. I think it might have been Michael Carberry.
I think it may have been his bat.
Was it his bat? It looks like he's been out hit wicket. We're behind the play here, so we're going to have to see one replay to clarify, but Bairstow's out regardless. The first wicket falls with the score on 19. Talk us through this replay, Michael Carberry.
He's obviously gone deep in the crease, and I think yes, it was his bat as he finished the shot. Desperately unlucky. But yeah, great change-up from Mitchell Stark. This, we know he's capable of that. He bowls at, I believe that was registered about 94 mile an hour. So it was a good change-up from the 2 over-pitch deliveries. Testing Johnny Bairstow upstairs, and he's brought the wicket, and that's what Australia would have been looking for. That's what they've been talking about.
Well, we talk about that Stark bouncer being a weapon. We don't normally think of it as far as someone trotting on their stumps. In that case, Bairstow's bat swinging around. I mean, it wasn't even stepping on the woodwork. It was the follow-through, I suppose, of the ball he didn't even strike as Morgan makes his way to the middle. Sorry, it's David Malan.
Yeah, David Malan.
So they had Morgan flashed up on screen, but the man who's walked out is, of course, the man who's done so well batting at number 3 for England in recent times.
What a record that is, averaging 51 in T20 cricket. And again, one of those guys who've been, I know Mallow well. He's gone around the leagues, PSL. He's done very well. I don't think he's had a go at Big Bash yet, but he's been doing really well around the world. And I think he's at a good age now. He's 29, 30s. He's just come into international cricket. He knows his game. He knows his strengths. He's almost one of those players who can almost play dual role. I've seen him really go off in domestic cricket and score some wonderful hundreds, but also when his team's in trouble, has proven at certain times he's had to come in and play those important knocks for England just to get them over the line, at a lower strike rate.
Yeah, and he's taken advantage of this opportunity. His most recent 8 T20 international innings, he's averaged 60 at a strike rate of 152. You can't ask much more than that.
Absolutely.
He's going to face Mitchell Stark here. 1 ball to come in the third over. England 19 for 1. Make that 20 for 1. Nice clip down to long leg, collected by Marcus Stoinis. So 3 overs gone. The target's 158. Malan is 1. Butler is 6. I'm Adam Collins. Michael Carberry is with me. That Dawood Malan discussion around who will play the anchor role in the final England World Cup squad next year. That in some quarters, the assumption is that in the longer term, Joe Root will ultimately get there. The other way of thinking is that how can you leave a player out that's posting the numbers like Dawood Malan, even if his strike rate might be a fraction slow in the first 10 balls that he faces, that he does speed up and he does judge his innings well.
Well, look, I think selection becomes very, very easy for me. I think you just simply pick the guy who's making the most runs.
Yeah.
I think that, he should be the one given first dibs. If Joe Root is the one making the runs, knocking the door down, then he's the one who should be in possession. But like you say, it's hard to leave David Malan out based on those statistics. They're phenomenal. It doesn't matter how you do it, it's the how many.
So Kane Richardson into the attack, and his first ball was pushed into the onside, beating mid-wicket. Just a little bit of a parry, a misfield there by David Warner, allowing Malan to get down the non-strikers end. He's 2 from 2. England 21 for 1. Richardson, another one of these players who has hardened his game on the circuit. He's played Australia's last 10 T20 internationals, so they're investing in him as one of these middle overs bowlers with lots of change-ups and pretty effective as well. 2 wickets on Friday night.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. I played against him. He was a little bit quicker back in the day, but now he's learned. Probably lost maybe half a yard, but he's quick enough. He's a tall guy. He's a little bit awkward in it. He angles the ball back in and across the left-handers.
2-8 on the leg side. Butler pushes to cover, no run.
A very clever bowler. Good change up, good back and hand slowies. He's been around the Aussie team now a little while. He's been up there as one of the best BBL bowlers, certainly. Kane Richardson, and he offers some good batting as well.
Yeah, 29 years of age now, so he has been, as you say, around the traps, certainly in domestic cricket. In his last 8 T20 internationals, he's gone at better than 7 and over, so 6.9.
Good numbers.
His economy rate through that stretch, which is very good for a bowler who often has to bowl at death. He's delivering here to Jos Buttler, who pushes again to cover point where there's no single. Ashton Agar on the edge of the circle there, 21 for 1.
Just getting back to that David Malan debate, I think England just have to be very careful about putting players in a box. Because, David Malan has shown that, he got a wonderful 100, I believe, in New Zealand. Better than run a ball. And, almost 200 strike rate, I believe. So he can strike the ball. And that's probably the one criticism of Joe Root at the moment, is that he doesn't really clear the ropes enough.
As Richardson approaches the crease and bowls to Butler, who shimmies forward and strikes back towards the bowler, who knocks it down in this follow-through. It wasn't the most fluent bit of fielding, but it did the job. It's 3 dot balls on the trot, which are valuable inside the power play.
Tell you what, he made a hell of a sound off the bat.
Yes, it didn't it just?
Yeah.
Must be difficult as a bowler when Jos Buttler walks towards you, then smacks it into the turf, and you've got no time at all to respond. But Richardson did well there. Good coordination, despite the fact that it didn't quite land in his hand. We saw him kicking a football last night, an Australian rules football down here, and kicking it through the hotel window of Adam Zampa from 50 metres away. Very talented young man, Kane Richardson. He bowls here to Butler, who clips to mid-wicket, but there's no run. So 4 dot balls on the bounce in this, the 4th over. England 21 for 1. They need 158 to win.
Yeah, it's been quite tidy over so far. He's hit a nice length. He's not been too full to Butler or too short, with Butler having the ability to pick it up over that leg side, shorter leg side boundary today. He's been really tight. As I said, his natural sort of action angle, he does angle it back at the right-hander, so it's tucking him up.
So Butler is 6 off 10 balls. You don't say that very often. Last ball of the 4th over. Richardson bowls to him here, and that's over the top of mid-wicket. May it go all the way? We'll find out. It's hit the sponge. It'll either be 4 or 6. We're going to find out when I'm sure they'll consult upstairs. We're just waiting to see the umpires formally send it to the TV official. They're doing so now as we watch it back, picking up the ball. It has hit the sponge on the full, certainly not how it looks on the first replay, but it can be deceptive, the first replay, as we've learned today, Michael Carberry. 6? It is indeed 6 runs.
6 runs, mate. Yeah.
At the end of the 4th over, England chasing 158, a 27 for 1.
Yeah, just as I said, Richardson hitting that tidy length and deposited by Jos Buttler. Wasn't a bad ball, but the sheer form that Jos Buttler's in at the moment, just dispatching that over the top. Beautiful shot.
So Mitchell Starc, interesting this, he's going to bowl his 3rd over, 3 in the power play. He's got a slip and a gully running in towards Milan. They obviously like this matchup. Bowles from here, pushing to backward point from the crease. No real footwork. No run either. 27 for 1.
Well, I think this was the dilemma for skipper Finch. He's got to have his two best bowlers on. He's got to try and get some early wickets, and you feel that Mitchell Starc is probably the guy to do it for you. We touch upon his wicket ratio recently. It's been phenomenal, and this was always going to be the dilemma. Do you bowl him through 3 overs, or do you hold him back at the end?
So he has the wicket of Bairstow, hit wicket, unconventional. You can see that on the BBC Sport website if you want to watch it back. Bowling here to Milan is Starc. It's pushed out to point again. Another dot ball. We've had a lot of dot balls in this power play. We're in the penultimate over of it. 4.2 overs in. The required rate's up to 8.27 for what it's worth. That's not an intimidating number, don't get me wrong, but it has climbed.
Yeah, if we had a crowd in now, they'll be baying for a boundary, wouldn't they, at this point? But this is what T20, this is what it can do, the pressure. A couple of dot balls here and there. A little bit of chirp from the fielders, letting you know that rate's going up.
The 2 men out, Marcus Stoinis at deep square leg, and Kane Richardson at third man. Aaron Finch is at slip, Maxwell's at gully, Starc bowls, Milan off the edge, taken by Carey. That certainly was the impression that Aaron Finch was trying to convey from first slip, but it must have come off as something else, because the appeal is turned down and there's no real interest in going upstairs. We'll watch it back. What did this hit?
Looked like back hip for me.
Yeah, back hip, spot on, Michael Carberry. Very good.
Yeah, just Milan a little bit late on that little flick pull shot. Good pace from Mitchell Starc. Again, great length again, attacking that top of the stumps length.
Halfway through the 5th, Starc bowls, Milan down the leg side. That'll be a wide. The first wide of the England innings. Remarkable to think that England got through 19 and a bit overs without sending one down the leg side. Archer bowled 3 in the last over, but they were the only 3 wides that England coughed up in their whole 20 overs. So 28 for 1. We're still halfway through the 5th.
Yeah, I think that that was an outstanding opening spell. I think from Wood and Archer, they just gave the Australians nothing at the top, and with some really searing pace as well. Not easy as an opening bat to deal with that.
Starc still thinks he's in the game. 2 catches in the cordon. He bowls here to Milan, who pulls just wide of the man at mid-on. It'll run away to the rope for 4 runs. That was not far away at all for an opportunity, but he did strike it pretty well, to be fair. He moves to 6 and England to 32 for 1.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc not quite getting that one right. A little bit of half tracker. Milan very strong on the short ball. Just evading the sort of mid-on field who's on quite a tight line, stump line, but he's just getting it wide. A little bit of a toe end, middle of the bat sort of region. Not enough to get a boundary.
Having bowled Mitchell Starc for this 3rd over in the power play, they'll want it to count. They'll want the 2nd wicket in the first 6 to transfer the pressure right onto England. Starc to Milan, bowls here over mid-wicket, or should I say over square leg by the time it reaches Marcus Stoinis. He was trying to hit it over mid-wicket. 33 for 1. Milan's now 7 from 7 balls. 1 ball to come in the 5th. And this is the model for Milan, isn't it? We see him being very happy to have a strike rate of about 100 from the first 10 balls, and that doesn't concern him, seemingly.
Yeah, I would say very, very much like myself. I see a lot of myself in David Milan in the way, I like to set a platform myself and just give yourself a few balls. It's not easy every day to go out and strike the new ball around, especially in England. You've got to give yourself a best chance, and you can always catch up your score. 1 or 2 boundaries, very quickly your strike rate goes up.
Starc to Butler, he bowls and he pulls around the corner with fine leg up inside the circle. That will run away for a boundary. So a 4 to finish the over, the 3rd over that Mitchell Starc has bowled. 5 gone in the England chase. They need 158 to win. They're 37 for 1 with Butler on 16, Milan on 7.
Yeah,
to sum up that over, that'll be Michael Carberry, and after that, for the next 5 overs, it'll be Simon Mann.
That 3rd over experiment hasn't quite worked to plan for Aaron Finch. Milan getting away a few boundaries, and then the sort of rank long hop to Josh Butler, just turning it around the corner for another boundary. So I think that plan might not work. You might have to look at someone like pace off, maybe a Zampa, bring him into the attack to change the pace of things.
Yeah, 10 off the over. There's 1 over to go in the power play, and then presumably we will see the likes of Zampa and Agar. So Agar bowl in the power play in the first match, bowled the second over, and Butler pumped him for a couple of sixes. Butler important to England's chances here. 16 not out, 37 for 1. It's enough there to give Australia some encouragement, but you feel you'd rather be in England's position at the moment. Chasing 158 to win, 37 for 1 after 5. Here's Cummins going in to bowl to Milan with a slip in, and Milan dabs it away down towards third man for a single, using the pace, opening the face slightly. That takes him to 8. Milan, of course, making Ashes 100 in Perth on England's last Ashes tour, made 140, and I was when he looked back at the end of his career, well, he still does, and just thinks about the shot that got him out. He was playing so well, and he tried to go over the top with an extravagant stroke, and I think he was a bit ballooned up to cover from memory. He was just so in control, and England was so in control in that innings as well.
Batted beautifully, didn't he?
Lovely innings, yeah. And then Smith came out and showed him how to do it. He made a double 100, and Australia got about 3 million. 38 for 1. Here's Cummins bowling very wide. Butler goes to the drive, hits it straight to cover.
That's the difference of levels, isn't it? Yeah, you've got David Milan, who's come on leaps and bounds as a batsman, in my opinion. Very, very good player now. He's really in command and control of his game. You feel he's a good age now, late 20s, 30s, I believe now. He's scored a lot of runs in the last couple of years, but there's always that level above, isn't it? Virat Kohli's, Kane Williamson's, Steve Smith, who take the game that next notch.
38 for 1. Butler on 16. Cummins rushing into bowl very wide again. It's slapped away and it's stopped in the covers. They get a single. Agar away to his right, stops it, and then hurls the ball at the stumps. Butler was looking for 4. I think he felt that was a 4 ball, but he hit it a bit too close to Agar. It's a good piece of fielding, mind you. 39 for 1. Seems a strange comment to make about guys who got 140, but you look at Zach Crawley, who made 267. He really filled his boots when he had the chance. And I think Milan that day, he did have the chance. He did have the chance of a huge innings on that pitch in Perth. And Australia went out and did score an absolute million.
Absolutely. Famous words that I heard from the great Brian Lara when I asked him about batting. He said, you've got to make a good day a great day.
Yeah.
And that's what the greats do.
Yeah. It's a really good way of summing it up. Here is Cummins bowling to Milan. Short. Milan tries to pull it. He's hitting the stomach there, and he's down on his haunches.
Straight in the 6-pack.
Yeah. Those who've got one.
No comment.
Milan's up on his feet again. It happened to Warner the other evening. He pulled it and hit him right in the stomach, and he's up and then he's down again. Milan, he's going to be okay.
I believe that's what they call the solar plexus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I mean,
takes your wind away, that.
He's hit him at 90 miles an hour, and he's still standing. And if you sort of mean, he's still able to continue. You think lesser mortals they'd be carried off after being hit like that. And Milan gives himself a moment, checks the field, has a look round. We're still in the power play. 39 for 1. 2 balls left of the power play. 158 to win. Cummins past the umpire now, into bowl to Milan. Shot, Milan, does he go for it? Does he pull out of the shot? He gets a wide. That's what he does get, is a ballooning bouncer.
It was a very high chance he was ducking that ball. He banged in after being struck in the stomach.
Yeah, he shaped to play at it, and then it just was not there for the shot, and then turned the head away and got the hands low. Right, changing the field. Man coming over to the offside for the last 2 balls of the power play. 40 for 1 England, so 118 to win in 15.2 overs. Milan on 8. Looks up to see Cummins rushing into Baltimore. It's full, it's driven straight to Finch in the covers. Hit it well, crisply, straight at Australia's captain. So a dot ball, 40 for 1. And lots of Australians on the offside. The umpire's coming over. Umpire Mike Burns to square leg. He would have been very happy with that decision that was given not out. He gave not out earlier on. He turned one down against who was that? Was it Bairstow early on? I think it was. Here is Cummins bowling and has a horrible hoik from Milan, gets him 4. Horrible shot. Hoiked it down towards deep back of his square leg, and he was last ball of the power play. He was looking to hit that straight-ish or over cow corner, head up stroke, but he got the bat on it. He got enough bat on it anyway. So 4 more to the total. Milan to 12, 44 for 1 after 6 overs. Australia at the same stage were 39 for 3. So England ahead on that, on power play, and they feel they're ahead in the game as well. So you're listening to the second Vitality T20 from the Ageas Bowl, 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra. You can also watch this game live on BBC One at the moment, and there are highlights on the website and app. Michael Carberry has departed for now. Ebony Rainford-Brent is here with a smile on her face.
Hey Simon, I think this game's going to be in the balance, right? It could be another thriller the way it's shaping up. Australia clearly in for a bit of a fight. Seam bowlers pace on both sides. I thought that delivery from Stark was outstanding to get Bairstow cross seam delivery. But now this is where I think the game comes into play. The spinners, the middle overs.
Glenn Maxwell into the attack for the 7th over, bowling round the wicket to Butler, who goes back and guides it away into the covers, picked up by Finch, and there's no run. We've got 1, 2, 3 on the leg side boundary. A long on, long off in. Here's Maxwell. He went into bowl to Butler, and then the umpire wasn't ready and just stopped him. So dead ball, umpire Burns. What's that about? Strange one. Anyway, Maxwell goes back to his mark. Umpire Burns is happy this time. Butler's pulled away. Just about to deliver the ball there, Maxwell. Umpire Burns said dead ball. Here is Maxwell bowling to Butler. Butler fiddles this away into the leg side. Looking for 2 here. Don't think he'll get it. Out to deep mid-wicket. Hit that too firmly. Agar's in. Flicks in the return. What I mean by that is sometimes you can just nudge it to the edge of the circle, and the fielder has to come in from deep mid-wicket, and by the time he's got there, he can run through for 2, but it rolled quickly outside the circle. So just a single to Butler. He's on to 18. 45 for 1. Australia winning the toss and batting first today. Different approach. Decided to chase the other evening. Butler and Morgan and co. happy to chase. Morgan said he would have bowled first in any case. Now here's Maxwell to the left-handed Milan. He might have more joy against the left-hander, but that's not a great delivery. Lost his line a bit there, and easy pickings for Milan, who nudged it away towards deep back with square leg for a single. 46 for 1. Milan to 13.
I have to say I like this field because he's coming with the defensive line around the wicket, but you know one shot Jos Buttler likes to do is reverse sweep. There is protection for that shot.
Yeah, Richards is down there on the deep backward point boundary. Butler nudges that one into the leg side. They're going to look for 2 this time, and they're going to come back. And that's what I was talking about a couple of balls ago. The nudge that's not too hard into the onside, goes to the edge of the circle and makes it problematical for the man coming in from deep mid-wicket, Stoinis, to get there in time. So well played. Don't always have to belt it. Sometimes finesse works as well.
Yeah, finesse and angles, if you can get it left or right with the extra cover mid-wicket.
2 to Butler, faces Maxwell now. Short outside the off stump, clattered away, but parried by Finch in the covers, and there is no run. 48 for 1, England. At 6.5 overs, so the last ball of the 7th over coming up, then there'll be 13 more, and England need 158. Butler goes back and forces this up towards wide long on. They'll look for 2 again here. Agar's coming in. Stoinis rather comes in, and they decide against that just as well. That's brilliant fielding from Stoinis. The arm there on the bounce to Carey, right by the bails. Butler would have been run out coming back for the second there. So the over ends with England 49 for 1. So I made that just the 3 off the over, Ebony.
Yeah, pretty tight over there from Maxwell. I thought the field set was really good, and he just kept things tidy, stump to stump line, hard to get away. I'm just on the screen, we can see Banton and Owen Morgan sat in the dugout. I'm just wondering how Morgan's hand will be as well. We know he took a nasty blow, really nasty blow, a little while ago. Whether that will affect his batting later.
He stayed fielding though, didn't he? Or he came back on?
Yeah, but it was facing different direction when it hit him.
Yeah, it looked horrible, didn't it?
It looked horrendous.
Initially.
Get him on, what's that programme? SAS something? Hardcore BBC programme. Hasn't Freddie Flintoff done that?
That one's passed me by the off stump, I'm afraid.
Have you not?
No.
It's all about, do SAS stuff in the bush.
I like things like poetry, reading. Here is Zampa into the attack, and first ball down the pitch comes. Butler, he doesn't get a single because it hits the non-striker. Milan played a bit of football there and trapped it. Frustrating for Butler because he hit it well. It was going out towards a straight long on boundary. Warner's at long on quite wide. I think he probably would have stopped it, but they might have been able to get 2.
Do you know Ray Mears?
I've heard the name. Here is Zampa, bowls to Butler's down the pitch, and he was looking for the big shot and then checked it, clipping it into the onside in the end, giving himself the option of the big shot, realising it wasn't quite on, and nudging it for a single. Richardson comes in from deep mid-wicket to pick up. 1 to Butler. England's 50 is on the board. 50 after 7.2 overs.
You've heard of Bear Grylls, though,
yeah, I've
right?
heard that name, yeah.
All right.
108 more required. Now it's David Milan who's on strike. And is that the sort of thing that happens? People get their fingers bent back in that
You
programme?
just need to be tough, I guess.
Oh, I see. Zampa bowls to Milan, who hoiks it away into the leg side. Another smear. We saw a smear against Cummins in the last over of the power play. He gets him a single that time towards deep mid-wicket. 51 for 1.
Just lost his shape a little bit. You could see what he was going for, the big shot. Just at the last moment, weight went backwards.
It's what's called coming off the shot, but he got away with it. Butler on strike. Zampa, the leg spinner, bowls to Butler. He's down the pitch, or miscuing. He gets it down towards fine third man. Sliding save on the knees, just outside the circle by Aaron Finch, Australia's captain. Keeps it down to 1. Butler not quite hitting it as cleanly as he would like. He's 23 from 22 balls. I agree with you, Ebbs. It has the feeling here of quite a tight finish again. It looks, relatively straightforward score, but there's a bit in this pitch. It's not an absolute belter, is it? Used pitch. Here's Zampa bowling. Milan poking at that one. Gets a thickish outside edge. It goes to backward point and there's no run. And Zampa wasn't effective the other evening, but has been effective in T20 cricket for Australia. He went round the park the other evening, went for 47 from his 4 overs. He started well here. England looking to get after him. Hasn't quite worked out so far. 52 for 1. Last ball of his over coming up, the 8th over. Zampa bowls now. Clipped away firmly by Milan. Towards Steve Smith at long on. And lots of applause around the ground. Sort of applause without any crowding. You sort of expect someone's made a 50 or England have scored a 50, but I think it was just for the over from the Australians who were sitting on their balcony away to our right hand side, the backup squad members. So 53 for 1 after 8. 158 to win.
Yeah, it's just having to think about, you can hear the players, they're quite vocal actually compared to the other teams. We've heard them sort of chuntering away. I think I'd prefer to be in the dugout, even if not playing. I think I'd want to be down there, but either way, what they do need is that support, because this is going to be a very tight game, it feels like.
Yeah, lots of Australians here, 21 in all, because of, well, for all sorts of reasons. You want to play an inter-squad match in the lead-up. Here's Maxwell bowling, reverse sweep, gets it as well. Milan over the head of a backward point down towards the boundary. Is it going to be stopped? No, it isn't. The fielder coming round from deep cover, couldn't get there. So that's a good way of starting the over for Milan with a boundary off the first ball. 57 for 1. Start of the 9th on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra. The third of these games is on Tuesday. Commentary on 5 Live Sports Extra from 5:45 on that one. Bob Willis Trophy commentary on Sports Extra tomorrow from 10:25. The place is up for grabs for the Lord's final. And coming later, Sports Extra, US Open tennis. Novak Djokovic in action. Milan clubs that away, gets 4 more. A bit short from Maxwell. He stepped leg side. Milan to open up the offside. Free swing of the arms. And he smashed that past Stoinis at backward point. And Agar has to go to the boundary rope again to collect it and lob it back. Well, that's a good start to the over for Milan. 61 for 1.
I think it'll be a good bet on Milan squeezing himself in this side between now and the next World T20.
Here is Maxwell bowling to Milan. Oh, Milan is beaten. He's roping forward there. Kerry whips off the bails. Back foot is back, so no appeal for leg before wicket. A dot ball for Maxwell. What do they do there? They've got Roy to come back and they've got Stokes to come back. It's very competitive. Here is Maxwell bowling, and there's a thickish edge. They try and pinch a single towards short third man. It's Stark. They're targeting Stark. He felt there shouldn't have been a single there, really. Went quickly to him, but Butler was backing up and raced through, and Stark almost just accepted it. 62 for 1 is the score in the 9th over. So England need under 100 to win now. Just beginning to get on top again. Maxwell bowls to Butler. Australia need a wicket. Butler powers it up to long off. They're through for a single. 63 for one.
So many permutations, aren't there? There's a fitness, obviously, of the players over the 12 months. I think the brand, Morgan says he wants more power, I think. So they want that finisher role. Who's going to do that? And equally, Milan has been consistent. He's also been adaptable as well. You look at how he played in the first game. At times he was knocking it around, and then towards the end of the game, he was the only one who found the boundary.
Maxwell bowls to Milan. Milan strokes it up towards long off for a single. 64 for one after 9 overs. Anyway, they can sort it out among themselves. That's what they're paid for. But I mean, it's a nice problem to have, I suppose, to have that real competition.
Would you have him in your side?
Milan? Well, how do you leave him out at the moment? I mean, he's been so good. 8 half centuries in 14 T20 innings. It's a strike rate that's important, 148. He currently has the best T20 international average of any player in the world of 53.16, which is the head of likes of Kohli and Barbara Azam. I think that is important, your average, because of course if you're scoring 53 runs every time you go out to bat in a T20 game, that's exceptional. It's also the strike rate as well, which is around about the 150 mark, which is exceptionally good. Here's Zampa trying to make an impression for Australia. Reverse sweep first ball. Oh, he's got it fine as well, Milan. He didn't make perfect contact on that, but he's got 4. It's like an under edge. And that's a real bonus. Again, a boundary off the first ball of the over, which just puts pressure back on the bowler.
The other thing I'd add to those stats as well is that I think it's harder to be not sure of your place in the side. Am I in, am I out? And go out and perform. With Butler, you know you're playing. But Milan, you're not sure, and he always delivers when he comes back.
Yeah. A good point, yeah. Here's Zampa bowling, and he hits him down the ground, out towards the straight long on boundary. He's got hold of that one as well. That's gone for 4. So he's done it again. First 2 balls of the over, happened with Maxwell over. First 2 balls of Zampa's over, he's hit those for 4 as well. And the partnership is worth 53 now. And England beginning to get a grip of this match.
Yeah, he's so... I'll come back after the ball.
Zampa, there's not much time, is there? Zampa bowls dabbed away by Milan. He's got this down fine. Stark dives, good piece of fielding, keeps it to 1.
He's so adaptable. I think that's what I like about watching him play. I think we think T20s all crash bang wallop sometimes, but I think we've seen from him as well that he knows when he needs to rotate if it's a difficult wicket, like it was the other day, and actually how it's been today. But also he's got the boundary option. He knows and he executes.
73 for 1, midway through the 10th. Zampa bowls to Butler. Butler takes a single. It's a long off. Enough damage has been done in this over. No need to... England are positive, but no need always to go for the big shot. Australia frittered a couple of wickets away the other evening and let England back into it. You think of Smith's dismissal and Maxwell's dismissal when they were in control of the game. 74 for 1, 9.4 overs bowled, target 158. Milan on 34. Zampa goes in to bowl to him. And Milan comes forward and tries to knock that past the bowler, but Zampa goes across and picks up. And there's no run. They'll be at the halfway stage. At the halfway stage of Australia's innings, they were 60 for 3. They really were set back with those 2 early wickets. 3 for 2 in the second over, including Warner for 0. Zampa to complete the over, bowls to Milan, who tries to guide it past Maxwell in the covers, can't do so. So 2 dot balls to end the over. Halfway stage of England's innings. It's 74 for 1. They need 158 to win. More from Ebony, and then it will be Adam Collins.
Well, this game is really nicely poised, isn't it? Like I say, halfway stage, 74 for 1. England will feel confident, I think, because of the number of wickets they have available. Maybe been ahead of the run rate just as well throughout the whole game. So I think that wicket column is going to make a big difference. They know even if they lose 1 or 2, they have plenty of depth to get them through.
Yes, that's right. They've been able to just find a way in these overs after the power plays ended to continually find the rope, taking advantage of that second Maxwell over in particular, which has prompted a change. We're going to see Kane Richardson bowl his second over. His first one was a good one, only 7 runs from it. 4 dot balls. He had a boundary taken from his final ball, indeed a 6 from Butler over long on, but until that point he was right on the money. having a conversation with Aaron Finch. So the required rate from here is 8.4. They're currently going at 7.4. 84 needed in the second half, which of course won't be too much of a concern with all that batting depth. But we did see on Friday night that a couple of quick wickets around this stage of an innings can really test the middle order. And England have got that extra bowler compared to the way they were previously setting up. Tom Curran at 7 as the swingman rather than another batsman. So it's Richardson bowling here to Buttler on 25, who pushes behind point, takes 1. Glenn Maxwell does the fielding, racing around. 75 for 1. Butler's now 26 off 25, so he hasn't really gone for it today the way that we saw in the power play on Friday, and indeed the way that we've seen most of the time when he's opened for England, where he has a strike rate of 161. But he has made sure that England are in a very strong position as we start the second half of this chase. The target's 158. Men outside the circle with Milan on strike at deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, deep point and a third man. Over the wicket goes Richardson, and Milan gets it fine, but Zampa races around and ensures they only get the single. 76 for 1. Milan is now 35 from 26 deliveries. For Milan's part, as Simon mentioned before, remarkable to think that he's got the best T20 batting average ever, which is quite the achievement. It's now working its way towards 52, but that's of course based on the 10 innings minimum. Ticking over that mark while he's been at the crease today. Buttler on strike, pushing Richardson through the covers, timing it so nicely. A lot of work to do from the man running around at deep point. That's Patrick Cummins. They come back for a couple. Again, well placed and well timed. 78 for 1. Butler's now 28 from 26 deliveries. As I welcome back Jamal Mills to the Summariser chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are we?
Yeah, well.
Well, how are you? Sorry, as the Australian inbox.
Let's put that to one side. Impartial as ever. But I think this game just needs a little spark, doesn't it, here from Australia? They need to find a way to have a look at the middle order. Cummins here bowling to Butler, who shimmies in the crease over to the offside to give himself the chance to access mid-wicket. Knocks it into there on the pull shot. Grabs a couple for his trouble. That's really good running. Butler into the 30s. England 80 for 1. 2 balls to come in the 11th over.
Yes, Josh Butler taking a bit of a back seat, isn't he, this innings? We've got the stat through. That's the lowest score he's ever got, having got out of the batting power play. He's normally, obviously, if he bats 6 overs, he's normally scored a fair amount of runs, but not to be today. But it's good to see. He's just taking a back seat. David Milan's come in and found it much easier to find the boundary.
Butler on strike again, striking Richardson beautifully through cover. That's the shot of the afternoon. Just leaning into it. The timing and placement, superb. England 84 for 1. Butler has 34 of them.
Yeah, just as I say, Josh Butler was struggling to find the boundary. He goes, of course, creams one through the offside. Overpitched from Kane Richardson, but the wrists from Josh Butler. That's it well in front of square, beats the man at cover.
A lot's made of Butler's upbringing, playing a lot of sports, including hockey, and that's almost what that felt like, wasn't it? The way he was able to, with such a small backlift, generate such power and bisecting the fielders on the ring. Richardson again to Butler. This time pushes to mid-wicket. For the second time in the over, he'll get a couple. Well weighted, good running. Butler, he may not be attacking everything today, but he's certainly doing the job for his side. After 11 overs in pursuit of 158, England are 86 for 1. Another profitable over there, with Butler advancing to 35. Milan is on, or should I say 36. Milan is 35, and that required rate continues to work its way down. Jamal Mills, you're with us as a T20 specialist, of course, having played for England in the IPL, the Big Bash League, part of the Sussex side playing in the T20 Blast this summer as well. Such vast experience on this ground as well. What do you do if you're the Australian skipper, Aaron Finch, right now? Which lever do you pull?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough sometimes when you've got 2 set batsmen who are seeing the ball pretty well, and you've got one who's taking a few more risks than the other. They're kind of dovetailing really nicely. Look, he's going to turn to another new bowler now. Ashton Agar's going to come in. So first time he's had a bowl today. Slow left arm spinner. We've seen some spin today from Adil Rashid, Glenn Maxwell, Adam Zampa maybe a little bit less so. But you need a little bit of magic, maybe even in the field. this is the time. Maybe you take a risk and you're allowed 5 men out of the 30-yard circle, but maybe you just bring another one in just to try and squeeze a little bit, try and get a few dot balls in a row, because we all know in T20 cricket, if you're able to bowl 2, 3, even 4 dot balls in a row, then something happens, something tends to give, and that's obviously normally comes in terms of a wicket or a boundary.
Yeah, and the only surefire way to slow the run rate down, 8 and over to win from here, which should be a canter for England, is to take a wicket. It's self-evident to an extent, but that's Agar's job, and he took plenty of them in South Africa in Australia's previous 20-over assignment back in February. 8 wickets in 3 games, including a 5-wicket bag and a hat-trick. So he should feel confident. Bowling here to Milan, reverse sweeps, doesn't get much of it. Out towards the square leg umpire, they're happy with a single. He's 36, joining Butler on that score. England 87 for 1. They need 158 for victory.
He's been happy with that reverse sweep so far in his innings, hasn't he, Milan? It's been a go-to for him. Didn't quite connect with it as well that time. See it just rehearsing it a few times at the non-strikers end now.
So to Butler, he'll have the ball spinning away. He did pick up Butler, caught at deep square leg on Friday evening. Of course, that was after Butler popped him almost back into the hotel in the second over. So, but historically, it's been a good matchup, Agar versus Butler for the bowler. He also reverse sweeps. Oh, tell you what, the timing on that. Jos Buttler at his absolute best. He moves into the 40s with a pristine reverse sweep. And England move to 91 for 1.
Yeah, that's brilliant batting from Jos Buttler. Just a real kind of exuberant flick of the wrists. Keeps his head nice and low to the ground and just swivels on top of it, all out of the middle of the bat. And that ball flies down to the boundary. Mitchell Stark, the man at backward point, never had a chance.
Yep, that was a full body experience, wasn't it? Will he go again? This time he pushes out to the man at point, just walks through for a single. They've done it well so far. 92 for 1. Butler's now 41. We're halfway through the 12th over. So 6 runs coming from the first 3 Agar deliveries. 67 needed from here. He bowls again. Milan is struck on the pad. Into the offside, no run. Sorry, I should say 66 they need from here is the equation to reach that finish line of 158. And if they do win, it'll be a series victory in straight sets. And the first time they've beaten Australia in this format 3 times on the bounce. Milan taking this off his hip out to the sweeper at deep backward square. Again, easy as you like, no urgency whatsoever. This is drifting for Australia. It's a tough spot for Aaron Finch to be in with 1 ball to come in the 12th over. Drifting in a way that it was for England at a similar stage of the innings on Friday night, it must be said. A 98-run opening stand, but that was the outlier. Agar to Butler, who pushes to long off. That's the end of the 12th over. England need 158. They're 94 for 1 with Butler on 42, Milan on 37. You're listening to the second Vitality T20 from the Ageas Bowl on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra. You can also watch it on BBC One, where Tamal Mills, in our summariser chair, is also part of the television team. And after this game on 5 Live, you'll get more reaction from the Italian Grand Prix and news from the US Open tennis. Pat Cummins is going to be brought back into the attack. You can see what Finch is thinking, can't you? It's now or never. It's bring back the big guns.
Yeah, this is where you have to bring back your bowlers that will probably bowl at the death. You need to bring them back sooner because obviously the way the game's going, by the time you get to the death overs, the game will be done. So you have to bring back a few more of your big guns. I think Mitchell Stark's only got 1 over left, so it'll be interesting to see how Aaron Finch deploys him. See the field, all the leg side are out. So the only fielder out on the offside is at deep cover. Might be a couple of changes actually. Pat Cummins just changed his mind. He's pushed 3rd man back now and brought Long on into the ring. So 3 men out on the leg side, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, fine leg, 3rd man and a deep cover.
Yeah, how will that change Butler's thinking? We haven't seen any real trick shots apart from the reverse from him yet. 42 from 32, a relatively conventional innings. Cummins from the pavilion end to Butler, who pushes off the back foot towards that sweeper. Another single. 43 off 33, the opener. England 95 for 1, 158's the target. So he's been willing to jump around and use his feet, but for the most part playing with a straight blade or picking out the sweepers. Maybe he'll take a view here that seeing off Cummins is, well, you may as well. Cummins is going to be alongside Stark, the man most likely to get the breakthrough. And Stark's already bowled 3 overs. So for Milan, they're setting up with a deep fine, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, deep cover, and a third man. As the 4 men out, or should I say the 5 men out. The 4 inside the circle at mid-on, mid-off, cover, and backward point. Glenn Maxwell patrolling that region. Cummins around the wicket bowls, the Milan. Over the top of cover, he struck that well, that's 4 more. Milan into the 40s, 41 from 30 balls. England 99 for 1. This is not going to plan.
No, that's a really good shot from David Milan. Gave himself a little bit of room to the leg side, but then leant back on it and launched it over the men that were in the ring on the offside. Slightly risky to go aerial, but he was full-blooded with it. Committed to the shot. And he moves on now. Closer to another 50 for England.
Yeah, Milan's reputation at this level is enhanced with every innings at the moment. He's facing Cummins. He's clipping through behind square leg. Kane Richardson collects and throws in. Triple figures up for England. They're 100 for 1 halfway through the 13th over in just 57 minutes. Butler's been there throughout on 43. He's back on strike now. Yes, Milan, that record in recent times. We said as he started his innings, his previous 8 T20s, he averaged 60 and struck at 152. Well, if he can finish today with another half century, there'll be very few doubters left, I tell you what. Butler pushes that to backward point. Not that there should be doubters to begin with, but as we were talking about with Michael Carberry earlier in the coverage, there's the view that there might only be room for one player who bats through the middle overs. Might be Milan, might be Joe Root when we get to a World Cup situation, but weight of runs and the way that he's done it against Australia, the top-ranked side, it makes it an easy decision.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really leave a guy out in the form that he's in, so he's doing everything that he can. He would probably feel like he has to do more than most to prove his point, being kind of a new guy in the team, an unfamiliar face.
Cummins to Butler, who pulls hard into the gap. It is 4 more. Butler makes it up to 47 with a well-struck pull shot. Didn't have a big gap there between long leg and deep backward square, but executed it perfectly. We've had 10 runs taken from this Cummins over already, with 1 ball to come in it. England 104 for 1. The target's 158. They're looking towards an early shower here. Last ball of Cummins' third. On the way to Butler, who again pulls, but this time directly to deep backward square for 1. On the ground it is. So 52 from 42 needed from here. England 105 for 1 after 13 overs. 7 to come. Butler's 48 from 36 balls. Milan is 42 from 31. Adam Collins and Samal Mills with you on the call here at the Ageas Bowl in Southampton. To come, England have got Tom Banton, Owen Morgan, Moeen Ali, Tom Curran. I mean, they're stacked in terms of players that can come in and finish this off if they do lose a wicket.
Yeah, and England have gone in a little bit lighter with the batting for these first 2 games, but they've still got guys, all-rounders like Adil Rashid, Tom Curran, Chris Jordan, all more than handy with the bat, but it's been the guys at the top that have just been doing the job today. Hagar
to Butler, who pushes down to long off. That'll be his 49th run. England 106 for 1, 52 needed from 41 balls. They really are doing this clinically, the home side. Hagar held back until the second half of this defence. It's just his second over. 3 men out on the leg side when Milan's on strike. Agar around the wicket to him. Milan goes over the top of mid-wicket. Could be a chance out there. It is, and it's taken. Marcus Stoinis, a safe pair of hands. The second wicket falls with the score on 106. Milan doesn't make it to 50. He's gone for 42 from 31 deliveries, but he's certainly done the job alongside Jos Buttler. An important partnership through the middle overs, but couldn't quite clear Stoinis on the rope.
Yeah, in the context of David Milan's international career, that's a failure, 42, but he'll be thrilled with his contribution again. It's been a brilliant partnership, as you say, with Jos Buttler. He's done a brilliant job. After a sticky start, a slow start, he found some fluency. He's 42 coming from 32 balls. And they've set their team up really well. 52 needed from 40. Tom Banton, the new batsman, to come in. He will be looking for some red ink and some confidence moving forward for the rest of this international summer into the ODIs as well. So 1 more T20 to come in a couple of days. But a really, really important partnership. Josh Buttler's still there, looking comfortable, looking calm, collected. I'm sure he's just having a few words now with Tom Banton. Let him know what the pitch is playing like, what you think the bowlers are looking to do.
Yeah, they put on 87 in just over 10 overs, which again went only after a modest total really of 157. That's what they needed to do to break the back of it. But Ashton Agar gets himself in the book. And as we saw on Friday night, no T20 is over until it's over. These games can turn quickly. That's what Australia will be trying to do through wickets. They need to get rid of Buttler, but they won't here. Over the top of cover, he brings up his half century. Will it go for 4? It will. The perfect response from Josh Buttler. They lose a wicket, England, and he responds by cracking Agar over the top of extra cover, bringing up a half century with his 6th boundary, 38 deliveries, 1/6 as well. A strike rate of just on 140, and Josh Buttler at the top of the list is irresistible.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot to go to 50 as well. Just waited for it outside the off stump, just a punch it was. Marcus Stoinis, the man out at deep point, was quite square, wasn't able to cut it off.
Agar halfway through the over, Butler's reversing. He's done well to get it to the left of deep backward square, and it's 4 more. Well, that's the second time Butler's played that shot off Agar, and Ashton Agar looks up at his captain Aaron Finch and shrugs with a smile as if to say, what more can one do? When bowling to Josh Buttler in this kind of form, and when he can play a shot like that, well, there isn't a lot you can do. England, 114 for 2.
Yeah, Marcus Stoinis just had to put in a full sprint about 30, 40 yards to his right, the ball before. This time it was to his left, the reverse sweep. Nice and fine from Buttler. Stoinis, the man again, having to big chase around the boundary. Wasn't able to cut that one off either, so back-to-back boundaries for Josh Buttler and for England.
Josh Buttler loves batting at the Ageas Bowl. This is full from Agar. He knocks him down the ground to move to 58. England need 43 from 37 balls. They're 115 for 2 with 1 ball to come in this, the 14th over. Buttler, before today, at this ground, he made 73 not out the first time he played here, 27, 44 and a half century today. So his average was 72. He's still got a little way to go to get to that mark, it should be said, but just loves playing T20 cricket on this pitch, which tends to be true for the hard hitters who can play through the line. Tom Banton, the new man to the crease, the young trickster, facing his first ball from Agar, a catching cover in place. And Banton's happy just to play this with soft hands behind point to end the Agar over. A successful one for Australia, getting rid of Milan. England 115 for 2, but it was also the over where Buttler brought up a most impressive half century. So from Australia's perspective, Tamal, it's really binary, isn't it? Get rid of Buttler or it's game over pretty soon.
Yeah, and look, it's been a bit frustrating. They obviously got the wicket at Milan, and we spoke about, okay, can they go bang bang? Can you really break it open? And then Butler's just gone, yeah, no, it's not today. A couple of boundaries in that last over, some brilliant shots. Just kind of rested the momentum well back into England's favour, not that it really left. And England looking well on top here. Still got whilst there's a new batsman at the crease, it's not a foregone conclusion. As you say, if Buttler does fall in the next couple of balls, you'll have 2 new batters in, and then Australia will fancy themselves a little bit, but whilst Butler's there, it's looking improbable.
Well, 43 runs off 36 balls. That's roughly the equation that we had the other night, for what it's worth. If you weren't with us earlier, you missed some fantastic fast bowling from Mark Wood and Jofra Archer, both rocking along at better than 90 mile an hour. Those first few overs were frighteningly fast. You can watch all of the highlights now on the BBC Sport website and app, and I'll tell you what, they are some highlights. Some of the best short form fast bowling you will see from Jofra Archer and Mark Wood to start today's game, which set England up, getting rid of David Warner for nothing, his first T20 international duck for 8 years. Alex Carey fell shortly thereafter, and now Josh Buttler is taking control with the bat. He's on strike to Mitchell Starc, starting his last over. A bit of pace, which he uses to angle it into the onside, behind square, and they come back for 2. It's been a real feature, hasn't it, of Butler's innings as he makes his way to 60, and England 117 for 2. It's been the running between the wickets.
Yeah, look, that was a ball that cramped him up 91 miles an hour into the body of Buttler, obviously beat him for pace a bit, but he had the peace of mind to realise that he got it in a position where he could get back for 2. He ran the first one hard, as he often does, and scampered back for 2 pretty comfortably in the end.
So Buttler is now 60 from 41. You mentioned that stat earlier about getting out of the power play more slowly than he ever has, opening the batting for England in this format, but he certainly in putting the foot down in recent times as the sun really comes out over the top of the Aegeus Bowl for the first time today, breaking through the clouds. Shadows starting to lengthen on the pitch as Stark bowls and Butler pushes out towards extra cover, no run. So 41 needed, 34 balls left. Come on, take this one here. That's the message from Aaron Finch, the captain, through our effects mic. Stark's got 4 balls left. He picked up one of the 2 wickets to fall, and when Johnny Bairstow, without hit wicket, he was done for pace on a short ball and his bat clipped the bails, the most unconventional dismissal. He was out on 9, but it's in relatively smooth sailing since. Butler facing Stark. He bowls around the wicket, pushing to extra cover. No run there. 40 from 34. So as you mentioned, well, 41 from 33 rather. As you mentioned a couple of overs ago, 3 or 4 dots in a row can be when things get interesting for a fielding side, even in this situation.
Yeah, you'd think the way Josh Butler's playing at the moment, he's kind of got the peace of mind, the confidence, the composure to take the easy single if it's on offer. He'll know that if he gets out now, he puts his team in a little bit of bother and a bit more pressure than what they would need to be. So I'm sure he'll pay the responsibility.
3 out on the leg side. Stark bowls to Butler. Has a swing and a miss and a bouncer. It was quite high and it'll be signalled a wide. So Stark isn't thrilled with that, I don't think, judging by his response, but it was comfortably over the Butler lid as he was attempting to hook and take on the man at long leg, but he didn't make contact and there was no feather. But both umpires, square leg and the central umpire, unfurled their arms as if to say that was too high, and the replay confirms that judgment. 118 for 2. 40 needed from 33 balls. Every run helps. Stark bowls wide of the crease. Again beating Butler for pace, but it deflects off his thigh pad for a leg by. It's a short fine leg. Stoinis tidies up. 39 from 32 now needed with England 119 for 2. Banton back on strike. This is a little opportunity with Stark at 94 miles an hour, that delivery just then. We've seen 3 bowlers hit the 94-mile mark today. There wouldn't be many games of international cricket where 3 bowlers have been at that level. But crucially for Australia, he gets 2 balls at Tom Banton, who's yet to score. How will they set this up? Short cover?
Yeah, I thought they might maybe have a look at a slip, but they've decided not. Currently got the 5 men inside the ring, so spoke about that earlier. Allowed to only have 4 in the ring, but with the new batsman they want to put a little bit more pressure on, so they've got mid-off and mid-on both in the circle. It looks like they're going to push mid-on back. I'm not sure about that. Banton's on naught. Is he realistically going to pump you down the ground long on?
Well, 2 out for the hook and a 3rd man, so perhaps telegraphing his punch here, Stark. We'll see. He's got 2 balls at Banton, the first of which around the wicket is played nicely off the back foot in between the 2 sweepers on the offside, so they're able to come back for a couple. Pat Cummins makes the return to Alex Carey, so Banton's off the mark with 2. England need 37 from 31. They're 121 for 2. The target's 158. Say goodbye to Tamal Mills, who returns to finish his day on BBC One on television, where you can watch the final stages. You can sync up Test Match Special, put the TV on. I've seen a number of people doing it on social media. Michael Carberry back with me for the last ball of this Stark over. He delivers here, and Banton pushes into the onside, but there's no run. Another good, straight, full, quick delivery at 92 miles an hour. 5 overs to go. England 1 for 2. They need 37 runs from 30 balls with Butler on 60 and with Banton on 2. I'll pass back to Michael Carberry, and after a couple of words from the former England opener, it'll be Simon Mann to drive us home.
Afternoon, everyone. You kind of feel a little bit last roll of the dice in terms of Australians' chances to pull this in here. They need some magic, but what a knock from Josh Butler. Again, showing his class, just being clinical, really. The previous couple of overs against Ashton Agar was some of the best one-day batting I've seen. Just the manipulation of the field, the way he popped him over extra cover, and then same ball, the reverse sweep, which he's made almost his own, his signature. Just top-class innings from him yet again, and great hand from David Malan again, forcing his claim in his team.
There's Butler on 60. Agar to begin the 16th over in the sunshine. Bowls to Butler, who goes back and slaps it up towards long off for a single. I mean, the remarkable thing is that, I mean, it feels as if England are strolling this game. And this is where, roughly, Australia were the other evening. And it's incredible they lost that match.
It's the beauty of T20 cricket.
It is. It can swing very quickly. England have done this really well, especially Butler. Really mature innings. 122 for 2. He's been in good form this summer. Eventually, I mean, he had that early difficulty. Came back really well. Here's Agar to Banton. Banton sweeps. He's hit that out towards deep back of square leg. Could be caught. He is. He's picked out the fielder. Another wicket for Agar, and Banton is on his way. It's 36 to win from 28 balls. 122 for 3. Banton hit it pretty well. He just picked out the fielder on the deep back of square leg boundary. That was why he was there. And Banton's on his way.
Surely he can't strike twice, can it, Simon? Surely England haven't got the panic disease. Just bad execution there from Tom. A little bit unnecessary at this stage with, pretty much just overrun a ball needed. Josh Butler's done all the damage, and it was actually a nice situation for someone like Banton to come in and just knock it around and finish maybe 10-12 not out. But unfortunately he's not built that way, as we know. He likes to find the boundaries himself, and he's picked out deep backward square leg beautifully. So Australia will probably feel, there's a slight opening of the door, perhaps.
Which is what we were saying the other evening about this time.
The door.
Even then, when that third wicket fell the other evening, when Maxwell was out, he still thought Australia got this under control, but just bit by bit by bit, it slipped away from them, and they ended up needing 15 off the last over. England need 158 to win. They're 122 for 3. And Morgan is on his way in at number 5. He did have this hand injury earlier, whereas one of his fingers was sort of bent back, might have been dislocated. He went off the field briefly and came back and marshalled England's bowling effort. He is out there at number 5. Now, Finch is taking a lot of care with the field for Morgan. He's had a long chat with Agar. He's still pointing here, there and everywhere.
I think they've got to roll the dice a little bit here, entice Morgan to have a little go, and maybe bring another one up into that ring, entice him to have a little go over the top.
Which way? They got 3 on the leg side boundary and 2 on the offside boundary. Let's watch this ball from Agar first. Here he is, round the wicket to bowl to Morgan. Morgan nudges it for a single. He's off the mark straight away.
Inclined to bring someone up. I mean, is he going to go for the reverse sweep early on, deep cover? I think not. Really bring someone up from the offside, bring him into maybe across that leg side dink where he's, just put a little bit, something different. Force him to, think about getting off strike in a different area. Don't just let someone like him tick along. He's in great form also, and Australia need wickets at this stage if they're going to win the game.
The one they really want is Butler. He's 61 not out, 35 to win from 27 balls. Butler clips that away into the onside for a single backward of square. 34 from 26 balls, 7 wickets in hand. Butler with that single goes to 62.
I'd like to see maybe a catcher in slip or something different. Just throw the gauntlet down to Owen Morgan a little bit, rather than just letting him tick along his scores. Too experienced a player to fall for.
Agar bowls to Morgan, who tucks that away for a single, backward a square. He's getting himself in here, so 2 singles off the first 2 balls he's faced. 125 for 3, 33 to win from 25 balls. So in a situation like this, Michael, 7 wickets left, 33 to win from 25. How many games out of 100 would you expect to win? Here's Agar bowling down the leg side. A shout for LBW, looks a bit optimistic, goes down towards short fine leg. It's not out.
101.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it feels, isn't it? You'd expect to win 100 games from 100 from this situation, wouldn't you?
It's all about composure from this point in, really. I'll be honest with you, Simon. You've got a man in, Josh Butler, who is in complete command at the moment, and it's England's game to lose, really. But you do, 2020 is such a funny game. A wicket here, maybe 2. You'll hear it around the field, lads, let's go, bang, bang. Suddenly 125, a little bit of panic, a few bad shots, and suddenly it's all on Butler if he's still there, to win the game. Or maybe if Butler gets out at this stage, you've got 2 new faces, and it may take those 2 guys a little bit of time to get used to this pitch. As I said, it's not been a flat pitch altogether it has offered a little bit of turn. You know, guys like Moeen Ali who haven't had a long stay at the crease this summer so far. You know, it's an interesting game, so I would say it's which begs the question why I think Australia really now should throw the gauntlet down to someone like Morgan. You know, just be a little bit more attacking in their mindset, in their field set.
33 to win from the last 4 overs. Can Australia do to England what England did to them on Friday? Zampa bowls, reverse sweep from Morgan, gets something on it, gets a single down towards Mitchell Stark at short third man. Bit of bat, a bit of pad involved there. He was looking for that. He plays it normally so well, that reverse sweep, that sort of release pressure shot from the first ball of an over, gets it over the head of Stark, down to the boundary before, and then you're on your way in the over.
But he can have full confidence in playing those shots because there's no slip. You know, there's no real catches in his face. So
Zampa now to Butler. Zampa goes in, bowls to Butler. Butler forces. Oh, he threaded that through. Magnificent shot through the offside, off the back foot. There were 2 fielders in the covers, and he threaded the needle perfectly. Goes to 66, and England to 130 for 3, and it's 28 to win from 22.
That is, I reckon, that is one of the best shots I've ever seen in my cricket career. Off the back foot, on a turning wicket, slow bowler, and he's beaten the guy in front of square, and he threaded it through people. That is unbelievable batting.
66 and 48 balls, Butler. Zampa tries again, bowls to Butler. Butler nudges for 1. No, he won't get 2. Goes out to deep back with square leg. 3 fielders converging. Butler's a 67. And it's 27 to win from 21 balls with 7 wickets left.
One thing I've liked about this innings from Jos Buttler is that he's put less reliance on the trick shots. We know he's got the ramps and the scoops and the flicks, and you know he just hit through the line, which he's one of the best in the world. He's got that, you know, that high grip on the bat, very sort of.
Zampa bowls to Morgan, who powers this down the ground. This is going for 4 or 6. It's 4. 1 banks for 4 up towards the straight long off boundary, and a couple of blows in this over, and any pressure that might have been building on England is completely dissipated, and they are bounding towards victory here. 23 to win from 20 balls.
Yeah, skipper Morgan well into his, you know, straight into his work again. A man in form. You know, he's not going to mess about with Adam Zampa. I don't think he's going to look to finish this pretty quickly.
Zampa bowls to Morgan. He tries to swing that away. He's struck on the pads. A shout for LBW. Not out, says umpire Mike Burns. There was a vehement appeal from the bowler and wicket keeper. But not out is the decision. Finch at short fine leg is going to review belatedly. Finch is not in a great position really. He has to say to keeper Kerry, you know, what do you think? What do you think? And they are going to review this.
I think it's more in hope than.
TV umpire to director. We got a review for LBW. Original decision not out. It's fair delivery. We go to front on, please.
We're seeing that now. That front on.
Go to ultra edge for me, please. Okay, we've got a flat line. Flat line, keep rolling through. Flat line, all the way through to the pad. Okay, and move to ball tracking when available, please.
There's the ball tracking.
Pitching outside, impact umpire's call, and missing the wickets. Go back on field to Mike, please. Mike, stay with the original decision of not out.
Well, he's been challenged a couple of times today, Mike Burns. And he's been vindicated on both occasions. 135 for 3. 23 to win from 19 now. And that dot ball. Here's Zampa bowling to Morgan, who's caught at extra cover. Glenn Maxwell. He was looking to hit that hard over extra cover, hit it straight to Maxwell. And another little twist in the game. Morgan walks off. 23 to win from 18 is 135 for 4.
You're looking at me with that look again, Simon. Well, have you said it, didn't we? You know, a wicket, that's what it can do. That's T20 cricket at its finest. It's all about composure from here on in. It's England's game to lose, and that's a big wicket. Owen Morgan is one of the best finishers in the world, and I think you see that as a potential opportunity missed. But Australia, yeah, they're fighting there with as I expect. They're a proud nation. They're a proud bunch of guys. They're not going to go. They're not going to lie down without a fight, Australia, and they'll still be out there believing that they can win this from here.
Well, having seen Friday night, I think they could as well. But not, I mean, the normal run of a T20 game, you shouldn't really win from this situation. But England managed to do it on Friday. Australia need to defend 23 runs from the last 3 overs. I mean, Butler is still there. He could ruin it for Australia in 2 or 3 deliveries. But if they get him...
It's an interesting game, isn't it? Suddenly, Moeen Ali, as I said, he's not had the greatest summers so far. I know it's been a short summer. He hasn't been in his absolute best of touch, so he'll be keen to spend some time in the crease and make sure he finishes up with some runs here.
Right, here's Agar bowling to Butler. First ball of a new over. Butler dabs it into the offside. Takes the single. Takes him to 68. And it's 22 to win from 17 balls. So Morgan out for 7, Banton for 2, Milan for 42. And Bairstow out hit wicket off Stark for 9. Strange one. The first England batsman to be out hit wicket in T20 international cricket. It's Moeen Ali facing Ashton Agar. Left arm round the wicket to the left-hander. Short outside the off stump. And Moeen gets off the mark. First ball, dabbing it away towards Kane Richardson coming in from the deep square boundary. Can Australia take this to the last over? Can they leave the I don't know, even say 7 off the last over, 8 off the last over, something like that. Here is Agar bowling to Butler. Butler nudges into the onside for 1 more to take him to 69.
I don't think that's in the DNA of these 2 teams, I'll be honest, Simon. I'll be very surprised if I'm sat here in the 20th over. Either which way, I believe Mr. Butler will be trying to finish this game very, very quickly.
20 to win from 15 balls. Yeah. The game very much in England's favour. Can Australia pick some wickets, though? Here's Moeen down the pitch. Is it straight to mid-wicket? Maxwell is there. Picks it up. Challenges them to take a single. They don't. They can't. 20 to win from 14 balls. Moeen waits. Agar bowls to him. And Moeen dabs it into the offside. Offers Butler the single. Butler says, yeah, I'll have that. Goes to short third man. 19 from 13 balls. And this is what was happening the other evening. Ticking down with singles. England a bit further ahead than Australia were. But not by much.
Yeah, it's good cricket for Moeen Ali. No need to panic. Josh Butler is the man in control here. Just turn the strike over, wait for your opportunity if a boundary is needed. But at this stage, you feel Butler's in control.
Agar goes into bowl to Butler. Last ball of the over. Butler pushes it up towards long off, takes the single and takes the strike. So it's 18 to win from the last 2 overs. Jofra Archer's last over, I recall, went for 18. It's got Australia up to their 157 for 7. So a bit of a ragged over with 3 wides in it. He was hit for 6 as well and a sliced 4. It's not done yet. 140 for 4, 18 from 12 balls.
Yeah, but you feel 1 good over from Australia here and game on. But Josh Butler's played beautifully, and you feel this may be the over he may target. Someone like Zampa, who looks like going to be the one to bowl the penultimate over. I feel Josh may just target him, possibly something downtown. He's played the reverse sweep. They've obviously blocked that off with the deep point back.
Well, it's 18 from 12. Someone's going to have to hit a 4. You can't just keep going with singles, otherwise England will run out of time. So when he goes to the big shot, does it go to hand or does it go to the boundary? Zampa to begin the penultimate over with 18 needed for victory. He bowls to Butler, who tries to force that away out towards deep cover. He gets a single.
Yeah, this is where I feel you can use the left-handedness of someone like a Moeen Ali. With the ball turning back in over that leg side. Mo, very adept player of spin. You'd be looking for maybe get down on 1 knee, that slog sweep, square, hard sweep, square, something downtown.
So is it up to Moeen to take it on for the big shot, is it?
Yeah, I think so. With the ball turning back in, it's generally an easier Easier shot, turning back into the arc.
Zampa bowls to Moeen, who goes for the big shot down the ground, and there we go. He's nailed it. It's gone for 6. It's landed just to the right of the Australian dugout as they look at it. And with one big shot, pressure that was building a little bit has been released. 11 to win from 10 balls.
Did I say mid-off? Mid-on, I mean mid-off. Yeah, but that's exactly right. Leg spinner, left-handed bat, you know, that's generally a targeted area.
Yeah, and he landed it. He landed it. Here's Zampa bowls to Moeen. He goes up and over, extra cover out towards the wide long off boundary, and that's gone for 4.
Beautiful shot, Moeen Ali. That's what I'm accustomed to see. He's a very, very good player of spin, Moeen. Beautiful wrists, beautiful hands, high pickup, lovely flow of the bat. Zampa again just over pitching, coming into Moeen Ali's arc and just launching that over extra, and you feel now that it's probably game done here for England. Job done.
Yeah.
Start the car, as Bumble would say.
Yep, 7 to win from 9 balls. Could finish it in the over the way he's playing. Zampa goes in and bowls to Moeen, who strokes this away for a single towards deep cover, and England are 1 hit away now from winning the series. 6 to win, 152 for 4. And they're showing Australia how to do it. This is what Australia should have done the other evening. Butler on 71. Is he going to put the cherry on top of the cake here and finish it off with one blow? Zampa goes in and bowls to Butler. He's going to try, and there he goes. He has smashed this down the ground. It's a huge blow. Out towards the straight boundary, over the sight screen. Massive blow from Butler. And they've knocked it off in that 19th over. And Butler is 77 not out, and that is an imperious way to win the series. Brilliant from Butler. And Australia have been well beaten here. Tight first game, but England have won this second match with a degree of comfort, with more than an over to spare, and they've won by 6 wickets.
That is a massive hit. I've seen some big sixes. I've seen Dimi Mascarenas hit some massive sixes here in my time, but that is a huge 6. I think that's gone into the second row of the pavilion. That is a huge hit. But that's why I talk about Josh Butler. He's got such deceptive power. He's one of these guys, you know, he grips a bat very, very high up, very sort of Adam Gilchrist-like in his grip, and a short backswing, but he generates some serious power. He hits the ball a mile.
Well, that was a wonderful way to finish off the match. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope the TV viewers enjoyed it as well. Butler 77 not out, 77 from 54 balls. It was a really sort of calculating, almost ruthless innings from Josh Butler. As you say, there weren't all these fancy ramp shots and things like that today. He just played in a relatively orthodox T20 way, and well, he's in some form at the moment. Yeah. There's a bit of a smile on his face as well. It's a lovely feeling actually to see that ball disappearing well over the rope.
Yeah, it's good to see him back as well. You know, he's one of those players, very dynamic. I think, you know, England looks so much better side when Josh Butler is playing well and playing in that fashion. But I think that's where, you know, Josh Butler, I think, is really showing his experience and improvement as a batsman all round. Really, you know, he's not heavily reliant on the trick shots. He knows when he needs to step on the gas pedal, just like that, and you know, more importantly, he's finishing games as well for England.
Yeah, that's the really satisfying aspect as well. There at the end, batting from start to finish, from first over until the 19th over. So England have won this match by 6 wickets with 7 balls to spare, with Butler 77 not out. Moeen was 13 not out. He played his part in the end, using that experience, that ability just to play the big shot and take any pressure away in those closing overs. Australia 157 for 7 from their 20 overs. They struggled to really cobble a score together. They were 3 for 2 and 30 for 3, 89 for 5 after 13 overs. Finch was their leading scorer with 40. Stoinis made 35, Maxwell 26, Agar 23, 1 of 2 run-outs. Steve Smith run out today, poor piece of running. Morgan beating him at the non-striker's end. He was well short of his ground. England's bowling, Jordan with 2, but they were all pretty tidy. Archer 18 off the final over, but overall 4 overs, 1 for 32. Wood 1 for 25 from his 4. Rashid 1 for 25 from his 4. and Tom Curran 3 overs, 0 for 25. England came out. Bairstow hit wicket off start for 9, short ball. He knocked his bails off as he was swivelling round. Milan delivered again, 42 from him. Fine stand with Buttler for the second wicket. Buttler 77 not out at the end. Banton made 2, caught it deep back of square leg on the sweep. Morgan driving to extra cover, out for 7. But the experience of Moeen Ali and Buttler saw England to victory, and they're 2-0 up, 1 to play. And you think, well, that's a dead match. It's not in a way, actually, because if England beat Australia on Tuesday, they will go to number 1 in the T20 rankings, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's obviously one of the objectives that England team will want to achieve. And, you know, again, you don't want to hand back any sort of momentum. You've got Australia down at the moment. They look a little bit short of ideas. You know, I think this game really was won in the first 4 overs. I think the opening new ball pair of Archer and Wood was just completely outstanding. I think that was, you know, high class bowling at high pace, and the Australians just really didn't have an answer for it. So they'll have some soul searching and in the next few days to try and find an answer how to combat that. But yeah, absolutely clinical performance, I think, from the England lineup.
We'll have reaction to this game shortly on 5 Live Sports Extra, and a reminder, the third game is live on Sports Extra on Tuesday evening at 5:45, with England having the chance to go top of the T20 World Rankings. But we'll hand our 5 Live listeners down the corridor now at the Ageas Bowl to Eleanor Oldroyd. But we'll keep going for 5 Live Sports Extra, because we do hope to get some reaction before we go off air to what's been quite a clinical performance from England. Not a perfect performance, but a much better all-round performance than the other evening. I mean, Friday was dramatic, it was exciting, it was captivating really at the end, in that sort of remarkable way of, you know, how on earth did England manage to win that match from an unwinnable position. But today was sort of a much more sort of calculating, ruthless job. If you look at that, the way they bowled, actually seeing Wood and Archer back in that side, and the way they bowled so far. Okay, you're going to go around the park a little bit at times. It's inevitable. And Archer went for 18 off the final over, but I felt just watching them in the Pakistan series, they did lack a little bit in the bowling department. But in the last couple of games, with the reinforcements, they have looked a lot stronger.
Yeah, and you know, you bring in back decent experience as well. I think obviously in the Pakistan series they were me trying out a few different combinations, guys who are, you know, again young, coming into the squad, so it will take some time for them to find their feet. But you know, I look at this game as a whole. I think it's the one, I think, where England will be pleased is that both skills have come together nicely. The bowling was a lot better. I think they hit that awkward length, that top of the stumps length. They used the short ball very, very well. I mean, the first ball to David Warner, I mean, we all sat up here thinking, wowzers, you know, 93 mile an hour nipping away past your back shoulder. I mean, that's, I don't care how good you are or how experienced you are, you know, the bowlers you're in a fight. And I just feel that sent a few shockwaves through the Australian camp. The batsmen a little bit more hesitant, a little bit more tentative, which is very un-Australian-like. You know, they like to get on the front foot. They like to try and sort of bully you off your lengths, and they just weren't able to. And it shows, you know, that how well Archer and Wood, and it was just relentless. It was ball after ball, ball after ball. And even batsmen of the calibre of Steve Smith weren't able to get away. You know, Finch tried his best, never really hit his straps. Maxwell tried to get it going in the middle order, and again, I think those guys, Rashid and Curran, did a great job in that middle order. You know, if we'd been ultra pernickety, you'd say the death overs could have been better. I think Jofra didn't quite hit his straps. I think he didn't quite have a plan. You know, he was a little bit mixed length. He didn't really go for the Yorker or the short ball. It was sort of that in-between
in
leg
that final over.
Yeah, where...
Because he'd been very good until then.
Absolutely, yeah. Where he got taken down a little bit, really just bowling slot length, which, as I said, at this level you can't afford to do. But, you know, that's something, again, I'm sure when these guys do their after-match meetings, you know, these are the finer points they'll be looking at to try and improve into the third game.
Tamal Mills is with us as well. How impressed were you with England's bowling, particularly today, their bowling?
Yeah, it was good to watch, wasn't it? And it was exciting. There was it's a shame there was no crowd here, wasn't there? Because there would have been a real buzz and excitement around the ground when you've got two guys running in, bowling, not just 90 mile an hour, but 94, 95 miles an hour. The ball was really kind of moving off the seam. Josh Buttler was taking it head high. It was awesome to see. It was a shame, obviously, that we didn't have the 18, 20,000, whatever this capacity is, to see that. But yeah, it's exciting to see. And obviously Mitchell Starc again, he was bowling fast. Pat Cummins. So we're in for a treat for the remaining 4 games of this international summer. That there's some genuinely quick bowlers on show. So yeah, as a fast bowler myself, I enjoyed to see it. But yeah, like Josh Buttler played a really special hand there, I thought, in that second innings as well.
What about Jofra's last over that Michael was talking about? It went for 18. I mean, it didn't ultimately affect the result. It gave Australia a bit of a lift towards the end. How do you sort of deconstruct that over as someone who bowls a lot of death overs and very successfully as well?
Yeah, look, Cobbs is right. They'll look over this probably tomorrow. On a day off, you have a look back. Okay, what do they do well? What do they not do well? And a lot of people get frustrated when they see a guy bowl Yorkers really well. They think, oh, why don't you just bowl that every ball? But it's not that easy. Why doesn't batsmen hit sixes every ball? Because they can't do it. But sometimes you get a bit cute with it. You think, okay, I've bowled a Yorker here, I don't want to bowl another one. Or I've bowled one slow ball in a row, one slow ball, I don't want to bowl 2 in a row. And you sometimes you find yourself overthinking it a little bit. And sometimes you just get it wrong. Sometimes you try and bowl a Yorker, you miss, it ends up being a ball in the slot, and the batsmen that obviously at international standard are going to more often than not put those balls away. So yeah, I'm sure Joff will be a bit frustrated. There'll be a bit of self-pride in there. He had very, very good figures going into that last over, and that's something I definitely relate to. And you never want to concede runs. He came in to that over, I think, got 3 overs for 15. That's maybe, right, yeah. And then he conceded 18 off the last over. So that hurts your personal pride. You're thinking, okay, I'm going to walk off here 4 overs for under 25, good day out, and you've ended up going for in and around 30. So a little bit, these guys have obviously played a lot of cricket now, a bit of personal pride, but ultimately they kept Australia to a under par total and then knocked it off with 7 balls to spare.
Yeah. What about sometimes you see in a first-class match or test match, bowlers sort of feeling, I know you've got time to feel your way into a spell. How, as a fast bowler, can you bowl first ball at 93 miles an hour? What's the preparation that goes into that?
Well, sometimes it's easier because obviously you're not tired, are you? So yeah, look, you do your warm-up, but then after the toss has been done, you told, okay, you're bowling. You'll go and bowl a few more balls maybe, and then you'll go and get changed, get your kit on and stuff. So it's probably an attitude and a mindset. You need to be ready to go, because in T20 cricket, especially compared to first-class cricket and test match, how often do you see in a test match, bowler kind of comes in, swings one outside the off stump, batsman leaves it. That's a pretty standard start to a test match, isn't it?
Yeah.
As a bowler, you can't.
It wasn't in my test matches.
In T20 cricket, you have to be on it from ball one. There's no such thing as a loosener, especially you've got fielding restrictions. You've only got 2 men out on the boundary. If you bowl a ball that isn't on the money, more often than not you're going. So I think it is a mindset, it is an attitude. You have to be ready because you've only got 24 balls, so you have to be prepared for each one of those 24 balls to potentially go for 6, which is not always an inviting position to be in.
Yeah. What about this England bowling attack? There's been some scrutiny, hasn't it? It doesn't take wickets in the power play. Today, actually, they did. They picked up a couple of wickets. And you see how valuable that is if you can take early wickets.
Yeah, definitely. It's a stat, isn't it? It's 3 wickets in the power play, you win 80% of your games or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact.
Something like that, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's there. It's black and white. So look, things don't always go how you want. Obviously, David Willey's the big omission that's been much spoken about. Player of the series, obviously against Ireland. Brilliant power play record in international T20 cricket and domestic T20 cricket as well. So he's obviously been frustrated that he's not been picked. But look, England have, across the board, bat, ball, field, they have such depth at all positions, it seems, that people are going to miss out. And not all of us can be selectors. There's only 3 of them in the country, 1 head selector plus his 2 assistants, and it's their job to pick the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with Tamil there. I mean, I think it's a wonderful problem to have. That David Willey is rightly so. You could say rightly so. He's a little bit upset about being omitted from the team. but unfortunately only 11 guys can take the field. And but I totally back up with Thomas. I think looking at, you can't get too caught up with stats in T20 cricket. I think, remember these guys running and bowl on some pretty good decks, with batsmen looking to stand there trading with them. So sometimes it's really about damage limitation. If you can come out of the power play only, sometimes, you go to India and places like that, if you've gone out of the power play only going at 7 and over, I think you're winning the battle. It's better than going for 12s, which I've seen. So yeah, I don't think so. I mean, yes, it'll be lovely to have teams 30 for 3 every time, but it's not always the case.
What do England do when they do get Stokes and Roy back into their side? We can sort of look into our crystal balls. What do they do with the players they've got? I mean, you think, well, Banton's probably, he's a very exciting young player, but he's probably reasonably vulnerable to one or both of those coming back. But who else is vulnerable to that?
Yeah, well, I think England have gone in light on the batting in this series. They've decided to go for the extra bowler. So Moeen Ali has barely bowled so far in the 2 games. You would say Banton's probably the man that would make way for Jason Roy in this lineup, with everybody kind of shifting down a spot. Maybe Bairstow at 3 or Butler at 3. There's a decision to be made there. But look, Tom Banton has made his way so far opening the batting. That's where he's most comfortable. It's where he's been very successful in domestic cricket, in the Blast for Somerset, for the Brisbane Heat, played in the PSL this year. He's going to the IPL with a load of these guys after this ODI series. So what he's done this summer's been a big learner for him. He's had to come in and learn how to bat in the middle. So he's a young guy, 21 years old. He's got a lot of cricket ahead of him. He's very exciting, but I'm sure he'd be desperate to bat at the top of the innings. But as Carb said, England have got great problems in terms of the depth of what they have, and then obviously you mentioned Ben Stokes as well, who hopefully we're going to see at some point.
Let's join Alison Mitchell with Owen Morgan.
Get the top to face as many balls as you can.
Yeah, I don't think it's complete vindication. I think it's an emphasis on the benefit of having your best players at the top of the order. When Jos Buttler's in the form he is, he really is one of the best players in the world. And Australia, I thought, actually bowled really well today and fielded well, but there are some batsmen in the world that can take the game away from you and always look like chasing down a total, and Jos is one of those players. So we're delighted to have him in the form that he is, given the summer that he's had as well with all formats of the game. It's fantastic to watch. And
Moeen Ali hasn't always had it easy this summer, but to go out and have that cool head for himself to finish it off, very satisfying. Yeah, I think so. I think he's taken his form from the Pakistan T20 series into tonight. It's not easy coming sort of flat from a dead start in at the end of your innings to try and to hit the ball over the boundary, but Moeen managed to do it tonight. So it's great, because our mantra is to try and keep taking the game to the opposition, and when you've guys at your disposal down the order like that, it makes it very difficult to take wickets. Let's talk about the bowling. You wanted wickets in the power play, you got them. Yeah, we did. I mean, Jofra set the tone. It's as fast and as well I've seen him bowl probably all summer. The wicket was a little bit soft on top this afternoon, so it made a good case for creating opportunities, doing the simple things right, and we had a little bit of luck as well. Warner nicked one, and then we had a little bit of a run out. So continued. Who affected that?
So continued to taking wickets throughout the whole innings. Really did sort of hold momentum for Australia, which is a huge benefit to us. I think if we're looking for a template today is great. So I'd say quite a comprehensive performance in all facets of the game.
What would 3-0 mean to you?
The third game is another opportunity for us to go out, gain experience as a side, clarify roles that we want guys to fulfil, and ultimately, the bigger picture is the World Cup. So when you play against one of the best sides in the world, the pressure is on, they always come back harder, which is always a challenge through every game. So our challenge for our guys going out in the third game is to stick to the process, keep trying to emphasise how you can shift pressure and momentum your own way the whole time. So another opportunity in a couple of days' time.
And what happened to your finger, and how is it?
Yeah, I dislocated it, which isn't great, but it's a bit sore. So we'll see how it goes in the next couple of days.
Okay, let's hope that you're fit for the last game. Well done, Aaron. Thank you.
Thanks, Ali. Thank you.
There we go, Owen Morgan with Alison Mitchell. I can see Joss Buttler moving towards her as well. Buttler, who made 77 not out today and took England home with a massive 6 at the end. We're going to hear from Joss Buttler in just a moment. Really played well today, he really did. Magnificent effort from him. Chasing in T20s, Buttler averaging 45, strike rate of 156. It really was a fabulous T20 display from him. Let's join Alison now.
It's a great thing when you can walk off at the end, and having seen your team over the line, I thought it was a great performance from the side all round. The first over from Jofra Archer really set the tone. Bowled quick, bowled some fantastic deliveries, and obviously to pick up key wicket really set us on our way.
We heard from you about your batting at the start of our programme today, but just how did you today move through the tempo as wickets were falling?
Yeah, I think once it came through the first 6, the game was almost set up like a one-day chase. So I tried to imagine it as a 50-over game with 15 overs to go, and trying to pick up a boundary and over and then keep the run rate going and build partnerships. David Milan played fantastically well again, as always. And I thought that partnership really took us a long way in the game and kept pressure on Australia.
What about when Moeen came out to bat? Because it was still pressure moments at that time. Did you have a word? How did you approach with him?
Yeah, well, Moeen said to me he was happy to take Zampa on, and I thought that commitment and clarity from him really set it up, and those 2 shots really killed the game. It was fantastic batting, not easy to come and start on that wicket, so a lot of credit goes to Moeen Ali. It's not loads and loads of runs, but it's match defining.
You're always thinking to what the opposition might be doing. Were you surprised that the leg spinner was brought on for that penultimate over?
A little bit, yeah. Obviously the spin had sort of been working and taken wickets for them in the last few overs, so fair enough, that's how they felt they were going. But Moeen's a fantastic striker of spin, and as he showed, he committed and played 2 great shots.
It's a fantastic knock from you today. Well done, Joss.
Thank you.
Alison Mitchell with Joss Buttler, the man of the match, for his 77 not out, which is his highest T20 international score, going past 73 not out, which was his previous best. We've got a few more minutes before we're going to hand to the US Open tennis. What about Australia then? They've come over, they've got the number 1 in the rankings, they've got some fabulous players, they've got a decent side, they've been winning. Coming into this series, they won 9 out of their last 10 completed T20 internationals. What have you made of them? What will they be thinking?
Yeah, look, they look a little bit rusty, don't they? Haven't played proper competitive cricket since back in March, since obviously the coronavirus really kind of picked up a head of steam. So they look like a team that is a little bit short of match practice, which is understandable, but they'll be disappointed. They won't want to use that as an excuse. They're a lot, they've brought over a full squad, it's a full strength team, and there'll be a lot of proud cricketers in there. So they'll be disappointed with how they've gone in the first couple of games, obviously how they pretty much threw the game away in the first match, and then just how their kind of the general performance today. They were just a little bit sloppy, and England were the better side. And I agree definitely with Joss Buttler, and I think Aaron Finch probably made the wrong decision to bowl the leg spinner the penultimate over when you've got Pat Cummins with one over left to bowl, and
it was 18 to win from 2 overs, and not that dissimilar to the other evening.
Exactly, and when you've got Pat Cummins with an over left and Kane Richardson with 2. That's 3 overs. You only need 2. That's 3 overs of high quality death bowling there. And he decided to go with the leg spinner, which you can understand the rationale. Zampa had bowled well, had taken wickets, but when you're only a couple of hits away from ending the game as it ended up being, it'd be probably look back at maybe that was the wrong decision.
Yeah, Adam's here as well. Adam Collins. What could Australia change for the next match? I mean, they were Finch at the toss today, so no, it was just one game, but they've been actually quite outmanoeuvred today by England, outplayed. What could they change?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that when writing my match report, and I think they'll be liberated to an extent by losing in straight sets. Not that that's the design. Obviously, you don't want to fall down 2-0 in a series, but what it will afford them is the opportunity now to play a couple of shots in the final game, to the extent that there'll be the chance to take a look at perhaps young Josh Philippe. Now, Josh Philippe is a very exciting player who they are thinking about for the World Cup next year. What better opportunity to blood him than in what is essentially a dead rubber, because obviously we aren't operating in a league system with T20s. So they get the chance to potentially play him. Riley Meredith is another fast bowler. We saw how effective Mark Wood and Jofra Archer were up the top today. That defined the game, really. I mean, obviously, Butler batted magnificently. David Milan, their partnership was crucial, adding 87. But it was the fast bowling off the top, and if they want to get a good look at Riley Meredith, this will probably be their best chance for that as well. So perhaps in terms of looking forward to the next game, they may get to see two kids who could be part of their calculations in 12 months' time.
So Meredith for Kane Richardson and Philippi for Carey?
Well, I think Richardson is pretty important to this side. He's played the last 10 T20 internationals, but they like to give Mitchell Starc a chance to rest from time to time, and considering 3 one-dayers roll off the back of this, I wouldn't be surprised if Starc was given a breather, or indeed Pat Cummins, one or the other. And look, with the batting, Marcus Stoinis batted quite nicely today, and I know that he's still batting out of position, but if they want to see Philippi, and if they see him as a prospect for being the finisher, so the number 6 essentially. He also keeps, I hasten to add.
That's why I wonder whether
Alex
it might be for Carey.
Might be how they shoehorn him in. On the other hand, Alex Carey was the vice captain of this side until 5 minutes ago, and they see him as a future leader. So I don't know whether they'll be keen on omitting him from the team. But one way or the other, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets his chance.
Yeah, Carey so far in this series 1 and 2.
Yeah. Well, you can see why they elevated him as well. That they see him as another one of these openers who's batting out of position. Certainly in short form cricket in Australia, he gets a chance at the top of the list, like a lot of these guys do, because the best T20 players invariably for their franchises open.
Yeah. What do you make of that, Tamal? I mean, should Australia change? Is it worth changing, or if you've got a plan, if you like what you see, essentially, do 2 defeats knock you off course?
No, I think you probably use the chance to rotate a little bit now. As Adam said, there's 3 ODIs coming, and obviously with the schedule thick and fast, it's coming a little bit sooner than what a normal schedule would be. So you've got to look after your bowlers especially. So, I'd like to see Riley Meredith play. Also, I played with him at the Hobart Hurricanes, so I know him well. I caught up with him briefly. He shouted down.
He's sharp, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a quick bowler. He shouted down from the balcony. He's in good spirits. You've got Daniel Sams as well. He's in the squad. He hasn't made his debut yet, and looked like a good all-rounder. He's a left armour. Leading wicket taker in the Big Bash last year, I think, or
That's
one
right.
of.
Yeah, he got 30 wickets last year in the Big Bash.
Which is a lot of wicket, and he's also handy with the bat. So they've got some guys that they can give a go. Josh Philippi, as Adam said, also really exciting young batter that they've obviously got an eye on for the future. He's got an IPL contract after this with RCB, I believe. So they've got some exciting players, and I think it would be wise to rotate the squad in what is a dead rubber now. They've lost the series. It is a nice chance to get one, some new guys, some experience, and then 2, give some guys a rest before you go again in the ODI series, which is important for obviously ranking points and things like that moving forward.
Yeah, and that's quite a concertina series as well. 3 matches quite close together, which will be physically demanding, as long as the weather's okay, of course. So that's one element as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, and the fact, Tamal's spot on about the World Test not World Test Championship, it's the World Cup Super League. Got to get my nomenclature right on the various ICC competitions. But Australia haven't played in that yet, so they'll want to get off to a flyer in that competition, which will mean doing well in the one-day internationals, not diminishing T20 international cricket. I like the idea that in the last 2.5 years, Australia have now played 31 T20Is. The previous 2.5 years, they would have played, you can count them on your fingers, but they're investing in the format longer term, and that means playing 3-game series, and it means trying to get a squad to gel for the longer term, which as part of that, as we saw with the England one-day team between 2015 and 2019, you've got to get games into young kids, you've got to get games into guys before they might be necessarily ready, and that's why I think having this extended squad of 21, they do get a good chance here, which otherwise may not come around again until October or November or December, when India play their white ball fixtures. We still don't know when that will be.
Yeah. I mean, and you're right. I mean, the 2 big tournaments as well coming up. I mean, India and Australia, in theory, in the next couple of years. So 2 World T20s.
Well, that's right. And look, Aaron Finch looks at the example set by Owen Morgan between 15 and 19. And I asked him about it the other day. That is what he is doing with the T20 side, that is. He sees that they were nowhere in the World Cup back in 2016. They've really been nowhere at any World T20 apart from when they made the final in 2010. And they want to win the comp. And if you want to win the comp, you've got to, over a long period of time, set up to win. You can't just roll up in tournament play and expect to win the thing. So that's the way they are evaluating T20 cricket. You could say that if you wanted to, that's the priority more than 50 over cricket at this stage of the cycle. And we know from all the domestic cricket what they can do, but it's a bit different. It's like a football tournament, a representative side. When you're pulling players together who don't play together that often, it's quite hard. That's why all of these T20s carry a lot of worth when the administrators are thinking about selection and so on.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much, Tamal. Thanks very much, Adam. So England have won here by 6 wickets with 7 balls to spare. It means they've won the series, but what they can do on Tuesday night, which you'll better hear on 5 Live Sports Extra at 5:45, is go top of the world T20 rankings and displace Australia. It was Australia 1, England 2 before this series. Could be the other way round by the end of it.